Alrighty.
Oh,
What's
we're
going on
live.
YouTube? Ryan and Alex back from Dopemon again. Welcome to the NHL Entry Draft. We are here. We're going to cover all the picks,
Every single one of
every
them.
single one of them.
225.
I already forgot. I need to switch.
Ooh, Ottawa. Yes. Yes. Big trade has been announced. Ottawa traded the 7th overall pick, the 39th overall pick, and a third round pick in 2024 to Chicago for Alex DeBrincat. Beautiful trade. Sens fan right here. I am very happy. Very happy.
What's up, Anthony? How's it going, buddy? Glad to see you back. You think a Bobrovsky trade happens tonight during the draft? No.
Yeah, you know what? Unless they really need a draft pick right now, I don't think so. And I don't think so. I think that's something that just happens in the off season, in August or something. If they're gonna make a deal like that, just because they're not in a desperate position right now.
Is there any good or decent wings or defensemen that you guys see falling out of the first round where the Panthers are picking in the third?
Yes, Gleb Traikozov. We have a scouting report on him. He's definitely going to fall. He's a guy that some people have him ranked in the top 10, but I've been watching him all season. I do like Gleb, but I don't have him as a first round pick. I see as a second, third round. So I think, given the Russia factor, that uh, Gleb as well as Alexander Perevalov, they can both.
Yeah, the Russians are obviously a huge question mark, so you might see a lot of Russian players end up falling into the third, fourth rounds. So those are definitely guys that you could end up getting pretty easily if they start falling like that.
I know I can see it here. Yeah. For the Excel, so we can change it that you clicking on the wrong screen.
Ryan, you must be happy after that trade. Almost. Oh, actually, we're flipped. I'm above you.
Oh, right. That's funny.
Hold on. We will.
Oh, right. You're gonna flip. Would you rather just move the rankings over? So your rankings are actually I should just be sitting on that side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's Alex. We messed up the thing. He's Alex, but yeah, you're happy after that trade.
Yeah,
right?
I am very, very.
No,
very
that's
happy.
our bad, Jake. We're sitting on the wrong sides of the screen.
Yeah, that's my bad. Don't worry, Jake.
Yeah. No, you're happy with
very,
DeBrincat though.
Very.
Yeah.
I thought there would be more offered up by Ottawa. I made a video about it yesterday. I had the first, the second, and Alex Formenton, which I thought that absolutely could have been a piece, and he wasn't. So I'm very happy that Ottawa didn't even have to give up a prospect. They just gave up future, which is perfect for them.
Yeah, there's proof on the channel that you basically predicted this trade, which is wild.
Nah, he's not gonna request a trade. Everybody other than Lindros, everybody wants to play by the team that was drafted by they drafted.
It was a shock, yeah.
Yeah.
I freaked out. We were sitting in my living room and it popped up on the screen. I'm like, oh, freaking out. I'm not a Sens fan, but I can appreciate a crazy trade.
Yeah, a good trade, a good roster move. That's and as a Leafs fan, you kind of have to respect your opponent. And all of a sudden, Ottawa's now a contender to maybe get into the playoffs with just one move. Their top 9 looks really, really, really good.
You guys living near Ottawa? We're closer to Toronto than we are Ottawa, but we're up there a ton. You're here in Edmonton. I'm assuming you mean. Yeah, we're here. Welcome from Alberta. Appreciate it.
So we both think Shane Wright at first overall. What do you guys down below? Let us know.
Obviously, a whole lot of question marks. We'll find out shortly, but it has to be Shane Wright, right?
Mm-hmm.
I like Slafkovsky. I'm the first person to say that Slafkovsky's a great player. I don't know if he's better than Shane Wright.
Oh, out of Finland. I thought you just meant in general, Anthony. As far as Finnish wingers, you get Mikko Matika and Aleksanteri Kaskamäki. They're the two.
Kaskamäki is
Yeah,
good.
yeah. They're both going to be really, really, really good.
All the betting sites. Yeah, I have a couple bets on like over-unders on players tonight. I can't remember exactly. Like was definitely Nemec top 4 and Juraj top 6, I think, or over 6.5.
Want to swap spots? Should we?
Do you want to swap? Okay,
Sure.
We can.
Yeah, why not?
We're gonna swap spots.
I keep
here.
looking at it and being like,
It's like now you can't unsee it.
Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out, Jake. Wow, huh?
Look at that. Now we're in the right spots.
Of course, no picks have been made yet.
I will take my glasses, so since now I'm further away.
No way. That was a good time to make a bet then.
Slav when it was still at 1 way out. They're glaring.
You do have bets, right? I guess, like, if you get it at the right time, that's totally worth putting the money on Slafkovsky. Hey, if he goes first, it could very well happen. That's a lot of money you could win.
Yeah, I think it was right at number 2. Not necessarily Slafkovsky to go 1, but right at number 2 for I think it was plus 350 or something. So I'm like, why not? What country is not Canada or the US so you can kind of see dominating the first round in terms of first round prospects?
Sweden.
Slovakia. Slovakia's got a bunch of top players. Maybe not dominating in terms of numbers, but in terms of the quality of talent that we can see out of there between Slafkovsky, Nemec, and Massar. Could be incredible.
I like what's coming out of Sweden. Lekaramäki, Ogren, and Östlund. Yeah. I like that, those 3.
Jake, is that Slav favored? He's minus 175. That means he's favored to go number 1 now, or who will be the Tyler Drew?
You know what? I'm just glad that Ottawa traded that pick
Yeah.
so they didn't make the wrong choice. Because who knows what Ottawa could have done at 7th overall? Maybe they could have gone down and picked a guy like Kirill Dolzenkov, just some random 3rd, 4th rounder. And I think they made the right choice by trading it because their drafting out of the top 10 hasn't been great.
That's wild. I'm shocked that he's favored there, Jake.
Mm-hmm. But I think that one of the like Arizona, Montreal, Buffalo, they're gonna get the Tyler Boucher of this draft and kind of just take a swing on a guy that might be a little bit of a risk. And
they have so many picks, so they might as well, right? Yeah. It's a couple teams that are gonna have a few options. Buffalo could be an interesting for 9 to like take a guy a little further down the board because they have a few picks later too.
Want to crop me a centimeter in?
What?
Want to crop center us? Square? Mid.
Batman steps to the podium.
Maybe never mind.
Everyone boo.
Oh, yeah, boo. Boo, Batman.
We didn't get to boo him at the Stanley Cup final, so we're going to boo him now.
Thank you. Boo.
Thank you.
Boo in the comments, boo. Boo, Batman. This French is not great.
It is not. It's not what I wanted.
You tried, but...
Is that good? Better?
Beautiful.
Everyone's booing. I should boo.
Of Juraj Slafkovsky, looks like Yager. Or
Yager. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean Yager in terms of maybe size, but I don't know about Yager's. I have a hard time comparing picks to like legends and stuff like that. That's a tough one, but bigger version of Sergei Fedorov is decent. I don't know what he's got the size and the skill. So any big player with that kind of skill, if you want to like make the size, like, who cares about legend or not, like the Mario Lemieux type, the incredible skill, incredible size and skating and all that. So I'm not in remotely comparing him to either Mario or Yager, but stylistically, looks like that.
If you've been following along on the channel, I haven't been too high on Juraj Slafkovsky. I like him.
Historically.
Yeah, I think, originally I had him at like 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th.
Just you had him in the teens, yeah.
Yeah, in the mid-teens, and he slowly made his way up. I probably have him in like the 6 to 8 range right now. But I'm not big on him, but I'd compare him. I hate this one. Everybody's going to be mad at me. Jesse Puljujarvi. Just, a big guy who's does have lots of very specific skills, but maybe not the most elite in, a certain area. Boo, Batman. Boo.
Touching my drink in the thing there. And yeah, go for it. Batman's still doing his spiel.
Said is a big physical winger. It's a sniper. Yeah, I like a lesser Yager.
Yeah, stylistically, yeah, he's similar to those kind of players. I think he'd be really good. I really do. They cheer briefly for Lafleur and all. I think they mentioned Brian Marchment, and then right back to booing. There was no.
Svechnikov.
One of the better players in the NHL right now.
Yeah, he is definitely one of the better players. I like him. He performed really well, and he deserves to have been taken it too. I think Miroshnichenko really would have been the only competition.
Flipping on the audio here. Lee Lafleur's kid or grandson?
His son.
In 1971, thanks to Sam Pollock's wizardry, the Montreal Canadiens drafted my father.
Mute that back for now. I thought he might have been announcing the pick.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
Kind of Byfuglien, but forward version. It's a good point. Byfuglien was a forward.
He was.
At one point, if you remember. Byfuglien was a forward the first time Chicago won the Cup. He was in 2010. He didn't convert to a defenseman until a few years later. But yeah, good comparison. Not as Byfuglien was a football player on skates, but similar. Yeah.
Would I be shocked? I probably would rank. I have him at 2, Simon Nemec. That would be pretty shocking. I could definitely see them taking, maybe even Logan Cooley. I think Logan Cooley's pretty good. I think the floor on him might be the highest right now in the draft, personally. But either two between Nemec and Cooley, really, I think that'd be a pretty cool shock, at least. Like, I can't imagine them taking, like, Pavel Mintyukov.
No, if they get past, like, our top 4, then question marks.
Our top 5.
Yeah. Tanya Bossy here too. Mike Bossy also passing away. Lost a couple NHL legends within a few weeks of each other this year. That was brutal. Mike Bossy, one of the most, I don't know about underrated is the right word, but when you talk about all-time goal scorers, I feel like he's not brought up enough. Incredible player. Logan Cooley's for Florida's David Booth. As a Florida fan,
yeah,
David Booth comes to mind. Yeah, David Booth was a Leaf for very briefly,
for like half a season, right?
Yeah,
a quarter of a season.
Was that awful? It was a 15-16 year when we were like tanking on purpose. We got a bunch of guys that were just trade pieces at the deadline. We might have gotten like a 4th for him.
Arizona's in that spot right now.
I feel like Logan Cooley's like, he already has an Arizona jersey. right?
Yeah, that's gonna be the least shocking draft pick. I think everybody in all their mock drafts, the most popular pick is Logan Cooley at 3.
Yeah, I think I would be more shocked if Cooley doesn't go 3 than if Wright doesn't go 1.
Yeah, right? Like
Say Shieling, Shane Wright. I think he has a chance to be. No, I don't think he has the he's not the generational player that like McDavid or Matthews or Crosby or any of the top picks are. Maybe ceiling would be like, I think at best he could be Patrice Bergeron, and at worst I think he could be like Nico Hischier. Like he's not a he's not
very
a
skilled two-way forward at the bottom, and at top I really don't see him taking that step to being a Nathan McKinnon. And
maybe Barkov, not McDavid though. McDavid's too fast. They're completely different players. So they're not comparable there. Barkov a little closer though.
And I think that when we're talking about potential first overall picks, when we talk about them not having quite the ceiling is different than when we're talking about 4th to 7th round picks. When they talk about their ceiling,
St. Louis up here, so
yeah, there's massive cheers.
Massive ovation here for St. Louis, and maybe he's gonna pick. Ole Chancer here. Montreal, man, must be party.
I like that.
Martin et Tania, je suis content que vous êtes ici. Tania, ton père il a passé beaucoup de temps à Laval. Il a inspiré beaucoup de jeunes Lavallois comme moi quand on était jeunes. Martin,
je ne parle pas français.
Ton père, c'était l'idole de la province. OK? Il nous a fait vivre des moments inoubliables comme fans du Canadien.
Couldn't tell you what he's
Merci
saying.
d'être ici.
No subtitles.
Bienvenue au repêchage. Bienvenue à tous les fans du hockey. Mais spécialement à nos fans des Canadiens.
Yeah, there's words and phrase like you hear a little bit of it, but I'm not fluent in French right now.
Welcome fans of hockey.
Yeah. Welcome hockey fans, Montreal Canadian family.
À guichet fermé. Vous êtes vraiment extraordinaire.
Nice to know.
You're French Canadian?
Yeah.
We're Canadian, so we took French in high school and growing up. We're not fluent, that's for sure.
We can't speak it, but we can definitely read it.
Read it and hear it. French. I hear French a lot better than I can read it. I don't know why.
The last 2 days, the energy in this city's been awesome.
American players in general don't get Canadian fans behind them. Yeah, barely took French yet.
Congratulations. All the players are going to hear.
I don't know, Anthony.
A little bit of yes and a little bit of no.
Yeah,
it's both. It is a factor, but I don't think it's the biggest factor, and I think people blow it up too much.
And for the guys that don't hear your name, it's okay.
Yeah, there is Quebecois French and French from France. They are slightly different languages. You can, I mean, if Jake is the French Canadian here, he'd probably tell you better than I. But as far as I know, they could speak to each other, but there's just like weird idiosyncrasies in the language that are different. And yeah, they're similar enough, but they're not quite exactly the same. St. Louis stuff. I thought he was making the pick.
I know, right? That would have been.
I keep going.
I just want to say thank you.
Yeah, he's just.
Oh, Bettman's coming on. You can hear the boos.
Yeah, we know when Bettman's coming on when the boos start back up.
All he does is thank people that do more work than him.
Yeah. He always does this. He loves that everyone boos him. remember the draft was in Philly, and he's like, I thought this was a city of brotherly love, and then just kind of like laughs at it.
He's been doing this long enough.
Hey, maybe.
Yeah, Majlu, hey, it's good to hear from you. I don't think so. I'm on board with you. I think you have Shane Wright going first. I saw your rankings. I think it's just too easy of a choice when they're in Montreal. I think that it's a good look for the organization to take him. If they take Slafkovsky, it's just the wrong choice.
I think Matthew Tkachuk ends up being traded. I know you're thinking about Ottawa for Matthew Tkachuk.
It was a possibility. I didn't think it was going to happen. They went for, of course, Alex DeBrincat. I'm more happy about that. I had a good feeling that it wasn't going to be Matthew Tkachuk. I didn't include him in the video because of that, but I don't know. He's not going to go to Ottawa.
Yeah, Ottawa's out of the table now. I think he'll stay in Calgary, to be completely honest. I think both Gaudreau and Tkachuk will stay in Calgary.
Now, Montreal is on the clock. They have 2 minutes and 53 seconds to make a pick.
They love to run out the clock with these people sometimes. St. Louis and Columbus, the reason why. Does his father played there? Yeah.
That's a good one, too.
Yeah.
That's actually good.
Could definitely be a reason. The Tkachuks are from Arizona, right? So I think that's where they like grew up. I think when they were kids, Keith was playing in then Phoenix at the end of his career. So if Arizona was further along, I might say Arizona, but they're too far behind. They need to.
No. And they don't have anything to trade. I mean, a bunch of picks, but I don't think that'll do it. I think that for Tkachuk, Calgary will need a little bit more.
I think they spent some time in St. Louis. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm sure they spend time everywhere, but...
Anthony, I could see Simon Nemec being selected first overall. He's a pretty good
the
defenseman.
Only one, I think.
Yeah, that's the only one. I can't see David Juraj going first overall. It's pretty clear that he's not, but Nemec, I think, is more likely, even if I don't think scouts are overall as high on him sometimes.
Yeah, in the ASU barn. Oh my god, I can't wait to watch that. That's going to be that's like must-see TV at the start of the season. Is the Coyotes' first home game?
Yeah, that'll be.
I'm probably going to be watching that game.
Quietest arena in the NHL.
Very strange circumstances happening there. Guys, sticking with your picks from the Wings? Absolutely. Brad Lambert all the way, baby.
Oh, the pick is in.
Well, the pick is in. Slav's odds are apparently the lowest for first, and Montreal reporters are saying they are taking Slav.
Yeah, the drunk kids coming to Arizona games, they'll be pretty loud.
Be loud because of the student section? Can you imagine going to ASU and there's a professional hockey team playing in your barn? What the hell? It'd be kind of awesome. I'm not going to lie. You said it'll be on, 3 of the forwards. It's going to be one of the 3, for sure. I would be surprised if Cooley was in there, but I'm sure that there's a scout at Montreal's table pushing for Cooley. He's not so far down the list of people's scouting rankings that he wouldn't be considered, but it's going to be one of Shane Wright or Slafkovsky, I think, and I think ultimately it'll be Shane Wright. I think Montreal knows that the pressure of being at home too is a little bit big here too. We haven't really talked about that. The pressure of being in Montreal and then picking Slafkovsky. I mean, it'd be even if it's a good pick down the line, I don't know, the optics of that, you might get some boos. Who knows? Simon Nemec at the level of Aaron Ekblad when able to play above his age group in the juniors.
Yes. If you watch him at the World Juniors, U20s, he's playing against defensemen like Owen Power, and he looked just as good as the defenseman, the top defenseman from every country, a year above him. So absolutely, I think Nemec plays very well. And the flaws in his game at the top Slovakian level, I think, are because he's just so good that he doesn't have to try sometimes, and he's playing in a league under him. Once he gets to a higher level of competition, it'll flush out the best in him. Hurry, I thought they were going to make a pick.
It might be.
Yep.
Bonsoir à nos partisans. Merci beaucoup pour votre soutien incroyable. Je veux aussi souhaiter bienvenue aux espoirs et leurs familles. I would like to thank and welcome all the prospects and their families to Montreal.
Artie's a tiny dude.
Same height.
On behalf of the Montreal Canadiens organization, we would like to extend our deepest condolences to the Marchment family and to the San Jose Sharks for the untimely passing of Brian.
They got 3 cameras on top 3.
Congratulations to Joe Sakic and the Colorado Avalanche.
Hey, congrats to the Avs and all that. All right, here it is.
Avec notre premier choix au repêchage, with our first pick in the 2022 NHL Draft, les Canadiens de Montréal sont fiers de repêcher from the Slovakian national
Holy
team,
shit.
TPS Turku.
Juraj.
Oh my god! They did it!
They pulled. Oh.
Oh my lord, they did it! Wow, all right. Boom.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah, wow was right.
They did it.
They did it. I can't believe it, Jake. Good call, buddy. Jesus.
Yeah, that's...
I mean, it was between the two of them, and I didn't think they would have the stones to do it. Highest Slovak ever drafted. I don't think, that's as high as you can get. So.
And now New Jersey has a really tough choice.
Yeah.
A good choice.
They're loving this. Shane Wright just fell to New Jersey. I can't believe Juraj, my boy, from the start of the year, just went first overall. That means I might win my Shane Wright bet.
Right?
If New Jersey doesn't pass on Shane Wright here, I might win my Shane Wright bet.
It's a good thing you put $5 on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna win like $30. Yay!
You think they trade the pick? You know what? I think that New Jersey has to have been the past 2 weeks just working the phone saying, okay, if they take Shane Wright, we'll make this trade. If they take Juraj Slafkovsky, we'll make this trade. And they got to be prepared for something at least. Whether they do pull the trigger on the trade or not, they have to be like, they don't know exactly who that second overall is going to be until right. And also, I think that they've been working the phones. The deal's already in place.
It's question why is there such a detractor for front office is when they watch the type of player that they seem like it's too easy for them in their age group and they fall so far down. The level of competition is a big deal.
And it brings out the best and worst in a player. I think if you watch my scouting report on Danila Yurov, he only gets 3.5 minutes on average per night in the KHL. It's just not enough to see where they actually, where their ceiling is right now. And determining their current ceiling is huge for a draft prospect. And that's why, OHL prospects, you don't get to see them play in men's leagues. But over in Europe, they can, so it's pretty significant. Wow.
They've gone against some consensus. I agree, man. It's, I said just moments before, I'm like, I don't know if they're going to, in Montreal, go against the grain and take Slafkovsky. I think they'll take Wright.
He is the biggest person on stage.
Yeah, he's 6'4". He's huge.
Joakim Kemmel, that would be crazy. That would open up.
That would be quite a jump.
Options.
That would be quite a jump if Kemmel went too. I like Kemmel. I really do. He's massive. Oh my god.
Yeah. Big boy.
Wow. Well, good start. Good start to the draft.
This was hot.
No way he is human. He's a good hockey player. I mean, good for him. That's awesome.
Slafkovsky.
Want to highlight who?
I'll highlight him so he's off of our rankings.
Highlight him what?
Oh, I don't know, just in yellow or something. Fill up the box.
Just do that?
Yeah. Off the board.
I could put like a line through him.
Either or. Just something. Indicate like who's left on our boards,
How do I do that again?
Strike through? I don't know how to do strike throughs. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Do
That's
that?
pretty good. That's not bad either.
I don't think it matters. became my favorite player when I watched him. Yeah, he was great in the Olympics. He was obviously super good for them. Slovakia with the big, surprising.
Yeah, he has the record
time
for goals in the Olympics.
Whoops.
Oops.
Oopsie doodles.
Control Z for you.
Thank you. This one.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, that's fine. I want to get this bullshit off
Oh, right. You've copied.
I've copied it. Yeah. Now it's.
There it goes.
There it is.
Hughes, Wright, Heishier. Yeah, that would be a top 3. That would be scary.
Yeah, as your center one? Yeah, holy hell.
Juraj Slafkovsky's bigger than Alex Barkov.
Hughes Cooley, he's here. Yeah, either one, honestly. Wow, incredible stuff for Slovakia.
Yeah, this is a huge moment for a hockey country. They probably celebrated harder than Finland did for their bronze than Finland for gold.
Yeah.
And to have a guy go first overall in the draft and be, the next big hockey star, this is a big deal.
Huge Slovakian turnout for your live streams for
the Olympics.
For the Olympics, yes. So like they were up going crazy for this kid. So
I believe the Slovakian nationals were the number 1 demographic of all my videos and live streams.
Slovaks will be drunk together. Slovaks are partying in the streets for sure. Mm-hmm. New Jersey should take Nemec, so the top 2 Slovaks are just off the board.
Yes. Yeah, that'd be cool too. That'll never happen again.
No.
So the pick is in for New Jersey.
Ends up being drafted outside the top 10. I would be shocked. I would be in complete shock if he went outside the top 10.
Because Chicago will take him. That's no question. If he's available, he can't pass 7. There's no way in the world.
Yeah, unless there is something that scouts see that, there's the consensus among the top scouts. We don't see it. I think he could be a good center. So appreciate it, Jay. Glad to see you back. A familiar name on the channel. We love to see returning peeps.
I am very. I love Che Guevara's work. So.
The pick is in for New Jersey, apparently, so they didn't trade it. They will be picking it, too. Wow.
Yeah, this is...
Oof. Wow, already.
So shocked. He is going to fit. Juraj Slafkovsky mentioned himself, hey, Montreal's looking for a left winger, but, for Suzuki and Caulfield, I will be on that top line, and he's right. He will be a good fit there. He's absolutely right, and I don't think that Montreal could have made the wrong choice between the two, Wright or Slafkovsky.
New prediction is Matthew Savoie. We have him where both going at 6. So
yeah, to Columbus.
He's up there. I had him ranked at number 2 earlier this season.
People are not gonna like my 2023 mock draft. Way higher on Dalibor Dvorsky.
The pick is in the big board that's flashing. The pick is in. The Schweiz fair.
You might as
well. I'm not him.
I know, he died in Bolivia. Yeah, that is a crazy start. This is wild.
Hey, it's Marty.
Martin Brodeur.
Martin Brodeur makes the pick. Appreciate your kind words there, Shay. Appreciate it.
Also, I'd like to say hi to all our fans back in New Jersey at the Stone Pony at our draft party.
You know, French Canadian in Montreal for New Jersey is a good person.
Yeah, why not?
The nouvelle assistante gérante, Kate Madigan.
Oh, he's not the one
Oh,
making
he's
the
just
pick.
announcing. I don't think she knew.
Oh, she has
she has
the
the card.
player.
Okay.
He has the card.
She looked shocked for a sec.
Et avec le deuxième choix, the Devils du New Jersey, with the second selection, the New Jersey Devils are proud to select from Nitra, Simon Nemec.
Oh my
God! Simon Nemec.
Son of
Wow.
a... Yo! What's happening?
Wow. This is crazy.
Well, it's a
What the heck?
Slovakian sweep of the first two picks. We weren't sure who was going to go at one, but this is a bit of a surprise at number
What are you
two.
doing
Why
on
did
my
it?
list?
Why did it? Why did it?
What are you
I'm
doing
so
on my
sorry.
list?
I'm so sorry. Wow, at second overall, the New Jersey Devils have selected Simon Nemec from HK Nitra out of Slovakia. I am a huge fan of Nemec. I have him personally ranked. I'd put him number one over Shane Wright, over Cooley, over Slafkovsky, however you want it. He's my favorite defenseman.
There's not a lot of separation between players, and so every general
Got it
manager
right.
is going to say, "All right,
We did get it right.
Wow.
Yeah, that was- Holy
Holy crap.
I had a weird feeling that Nemec would just fit in New Jersey. He kind of reminds me, his mobility in all three zones oddly reminds me of PK Subban. And I know PK Subban, you know, whatever about him, but like his mobility and skating is pretty good. And you know, and he kind of reminds me of like just that style he fit in New Jersey. Right? This is amazing. For Slovakia, this is never gonna happen ever again.
Jake, you called it jokingly. I did. I was like, oh, they should take him second so that they have top two for Slovakia. That'll never happen again.
Right.
What does Arizona do now?
Oh my god.
Well, I lost my bet.
Yeah, that was you had right at 2, right?
I had right at 2.
You see Slafkovsky at 1, you're like, hey, I was paid $30.
I won $30. Nope. New Jersey was like, nope, no thanks.
Shane Wright, they have to, right?
Slovaks go 3 for 3. Where's Philip Mishar? Philip Mishar?
Yeah, Philip Mishar. And then Adam Sikora.
Yeah.
It absolutely is, and
then,
They thought the rule was they could only text. Might be checked. Probably gonna go super excited when he's drafted. The camera stops zooming in on his display.
Right, because he's been in frame for 2 picks now. And,
He's like, oh god.
No, we had Shane Wright as first,
Yeah,
so
we-
we're wrong on the first pick, but I did get the second pick right. I had a good feeling about it.
Our mock draft is beneath us, and what's happening is to our right side of your screen. So we both had Shane Wright. I might have ranked him a little bit high. I don't know.
This is crazy.
I would never have had Wright past 2.
Yeah, that's just because he's, you know, supposed bona fide first overall. Oh yeah. That you kind of expect, you know, even like the Nolan Patrick going second to Nico Hischier. Like, you know, like you expect the guy who was supposed to be first to go second just because, oh my god, jump at the opportunity. But, you know, New Jersey, I feel like the same reason I had them going for Nemec, it's a fit, and they knew who they wanted, and they're ready to come out of the rebuild, and he's the piece that they need. And for defensemen, he's the number 1 D. So they didn't pick the number 1 forward available, but they did pick the number 1 D. So someone Wright drops to 6, that'd be pretty crazy. But apparently, maybe it can.
Who knows anymore? We're gonna stop trying to predict this. You're gonna have the same issue that Lundell and Ratu the past 2 years. Possible, yeah, completely possible. Brad Lambert has been dropping and dropping and dropping. We have him at 8th. That's way higher than everyone else has him. I can't drop him any further than that. I've seen him in the 30s and 40s.
Yeah, it's possible.
Absolutely possible that he drops into like the second round, like Aatu Ratu did.
It's possible he goes one before Ivan Miroshnichenko. They're weird, kind of unsure about the draft. And I like Brad Lambert. I try not to put too much stock into like offensive production, especially his Pelicans team. Awful. I don't know if you've watched him play when he got like traded or moved or whatever. He was the only one on the team ever generating offense. Like I think you all watched the scouting report. I think you will scouch on that one.
Yeah.
That like 75% of the shots and offensive opportunities were coming through him, just one guy, and it's like, okay, well, he's 17, just turned 18. Like there's a lot of pressure. So I'm not gonna put look at the stats and compare him and put that on him. If you watch him play, the actual raw skills, absolutely deserves to be in the top 10.
Previous highest Slovakian drafted was Marian Gaborik, 3rd overall, 2000. And we just had two beat that record. Lambert's either a top 10 or a mid-second, no in between. I agree with you, yeah. He's a boomer bust pick, is what people are calling him, so fits that definition. The pick is in for Arizona. How crazy would it be if Kemmel, Savoie, and Nazar get drafted before Shane Wright? They're just like, all the centers keep moving up their list. That's it. I mean, weirder stuff has happened before because teams get like set on a player. So when a player is picked really high and then drops, they're like, oh, do we take this new guy or the guy that we've been talking about all week? And they end up taking their guy. So it has happened where that can slide a little bit, but who knows? Who knows, man?
I like Scouch. I think that this year he kind of refined his like reporting style or something. Like his first few, I was kind of like, I like him, I appreciate it, but then he kind of changed to like mixing analytics and video. And
He's very analytical. Yeah. I appreciate that because there's not a lot of guys like that on YouTube that like really break down the stats and they go and he tracks his own numbers and there's a lot of analytics with him, and I think that's really good because there's not a lot of guys like that on YouTube.
Because like I obviously do my own video scouting, but I don't like I could go back and sit there and track how many zone entries and exits, but I just try and like eye test it. And so Arizona about to make their pick.
It's Javier Gutierrez. I'm the president and CEO of the Arizona Coyotes. On behalf of owner Alex Morello, the Morello family, and the entire Arizona Coyotes organization, we'd like to thank the Montreal Canadiens and the great city of Montreal for your hospitality this week. We'd also like to congratulate the Colorado Avalanche on winning the Stanley Cup. Congrats. And we'd also like to share a moment of condolences to the family of Brian Marchment and the San Jose Sharks organization.
It isn't
to our fans back in Arizona, many of whom are watching us at Wild Horse Pass Casino, thank you for your quarter century of support,
David Juraj or Joakim
loyalty,
Kemmel.
and dedication.
They do need a defenseman,
corporate and community partners,
but I think they also need a number one center.
Part of the pack. To Arizona State University, we thank you for welcoming us into your family, and we look forward to playing in Tempe, Arizona. And to the city of Tempe, we look forward to our partnership and building an iconic sports and entertainment district.
Incredible.
And with that, as we take our next step in our journey towards the Stanley Cup, I'd like to invite our GM, Bill Armstrong, to make our selection.
I'll go Max Chaos. I'll say that they're taking Logan Cooley.
From the U.S. National Development Program,
Logan Cooley.
Oh my God! Wait. Wow. All right, see?
Logan Cooley goes 3rd overall to Arizona out of West
Well.
Pennsylvania. Jason, you love this player.
He's the most electric forward in the
At least we're both right.
Yeah, we are both right. What is the bigger need for Arizona? Number one center or two-way defenseman?
That's both. How can you they're two of the most important, you know, pieces I like, and they're so different that, you know, for, like, I want to say center just because, you know, centers are so, like, you know, polarized, idolized, you know, by fans and by the organization, and, you know, they do a lot of work up and down the ice, but I personally, I love defense, so I'm not too sure, but I don't know if I would have picked Juraj over Wright or Cooley, though, because I don't see Juraj as a top pairing D. I see him more maybe a second pair D, while Wright and Cooley are both number one.
Also took Josh Doan, Shane Doan in the second round as well.
Yeah, you know, Seattle is gonna. They have to take Shane Wright.
If they take Shane Wright, assuming they'll take Shane Wright, yeah, Wright and Beniers. Woo! That's gonna be a good top two, man.
Oh, Pavel Mintyukov, that'd be a good pick. We both have
Jeff, the word is around the U.S. program is that this is a guy that went from a boy to a man over the last 2 years.
Shane Guevara earlier on the transitions, you know, that's something that I try to focus on too. I remember talking about Prokhor Polkapov in the 2021 draft, and I was so surprised he went high. He was the first pick in the second round just because his transitions were awful. He wasn't able to take, you know, the puck from the neutral zone and get it into the offensive zone. He can only work in the offensive zone, and that's Will Scouch. He definitely focuses most of his analytics on how players move the puck. And in the new age of NHL, where like, you know, puck movers are in such high demand, I think he's one of the better scouts.
Shane Wright, you know,
it's one of the few that I watch. You know, I try and just like watch the video and keep my opinions to myself. But Will Scouch is one of the guys that like I actually watch this. I appreciate his content.
Fascinating. You can see Shane. He's a little bit rattled by what's happening.
Anything happened with Shane Wright?
Yeah, he is. They keep panning over to him, and he's
to prepare for the upcoming National Hockey League season. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens here.
What? Shane Wright.
Okay. We have a trade situation.
Looking all grumpy.
What's happening on the floor?
That and what? I don't want to play for Philly or Seattle. I want to play for Montreal.
He dodged the Arizona ball.
You're losing some energy, but
I guess it's still. We did have the audio still going.
I always forget to mute the audio back, so copyright's gonna smack me. Oh, trade to announce.
I guess there was no timer running, so that was
and
2 trades. Romanov and the 98th overall pick to the Islanders for the 13th.
Interesting.
That's an interesting one. Ooh.
Kirby Doc!
Chicago going full rebuild.
Wow. Doc to the Habs.
That was for the 13th and 17th?
Yeah, so they traded for the 13th for Romanov and a pick, and then they flipped the 13th to Chicago for Doc. Whoa!
Wow. Yes, Jake Brown. Yeah. Okay. So it was the 98th and Romanov for the 13th by the Islanders. The Islanders are no longer picking at 13. They have Romanov and a third rounder, early fourth.
Yeah, so this will be Chicago. Right?
Yes.
And then there's nothing else, and the 13th will be...
17th, or was it... Well, I didn't hear what the other pick they traded. They traded 13th and something for Doc.
Okay, so yeah, there's that.
Figure it out when we
Yeah,
get
we'll figure it out when we get there, I guess. I'll look it up after. Really getting our money's worth, hell yeah.
Yeah, that's Kirby Doc going to Montreal. Montreal gets, you know what? They decided we're not going to take Shane Wright because we're going to trade for the center.
We're going to trade for Kirby Doc.
And they think, hey, like, we can get more out of Slafkovsky Doc than Wright and whoever they could have gotten. Yeah, we are definitely Che Guevara. That is. Whew.
Drafted Kirby 2 years ago. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They want to, I guess, tear it down to bare bones and start from scratch. Maybe they aren't as high on Kirby Doc, and Alex DeBrincat was more surprising than Doc.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I think that's a win for Montreal. That's absolutely. I do think that Chicago has some crazy picks now. They can, if they're going full rebuild, this is it. This is happening. They're going in on this draft. But wow, I didn't see. I predicted DeBrincat being traded, but I really didn't predict Chicago going full rebuild right now. That's wild.
Chicago, after coming into today without a first, now has the 7th and 13th. Pretty good. Pretty tidy work.
Yeah. Patrick Kane. Oh, I don't know. The Taves and Kane.
Those are tough.
I don't know if they get traded. I don't know how much. At least Taves. I don't know how much value Taves has. At least you have to retain 50%, and even then, that's a big cap hit for just for a guy that's not playing up to his historic production. But Kane, I think they could move him, but I'd keep him.
If they're trading everybody, why?
Yeah.
It depends.
Really
I'm sure.
maybe they
need
to hit the cap floor.
Well, I mean, what is his?
Oh, full no movement.
Does he have a full no move? Right?
Yeah, both Taves and Kane have full no movement clauses. So if Kane says I don't want to go anywhere, they don't have to go anywhere. Near the bottom. They might also just need their contracts to hit the cap floor. It might be an issue of necessity.
Yeah, so Kane and Taves will have to give their permission because they have full no moves.
And I know Jonathan Taves says that he doesn't want to go through a rebuild, but I think Chicago's kind of made their move. So
if Chicago retains money, I agree, Jake. He'll be traded. He has a lot of value.
For Kane, 100%. I could, even at full money, I think that there's a team willing to make move something around. Probably Vegas because they're weird like that.
Taves to Florida?
Yeah, hey, if they can make the cap work, it'd be definitely worth it for Florida. That's what they need to get them over a hump like Tampa. Oh, and we missed it. Seattle has drafted Shane Wright 4th overall.
He walked up and was just like, we picked Shane Wright.
Yeah. I don't want to stumble. I don't want to make any mistakes. I'm coming up. That's funny. And the right choice. This is, everybody after, I can't see having a higher potential. Savoie, Kemmel, Lambert, Nazar, anybody, even defensemen like David Juraj, I don't think is a number 1D. One over to the left.
Oh.
Yeah.
Should I have it yellow or red?
Yellow is easier to see.
Easier to see.
Yeah. Maybe red on the ones that don't get taken.
Yeah, they just get missed. Whoops. Gain 50% to Ottawa for Matt Murray. What a hell, yeah, 1-2 punch. Not? Absolutely 1-2. Matty Beniers and Shane Wright. Oh my lord.
It works better this way than how I have it in my mock draft. Even I have it. What it was? Beniers, Danny Zilkin, Owen Beck.
Beniers,
Zilkin.
Oh, and
yeah,
okay,
from last.
Oh,
yeah, because
from the mock.
Yeah,
draft,
my mock in my mock.
Yeah, sorry,
my headcanon, I had them.
Taking back in. Yeah, I had them with Del Bell Blues and going at it.
Yeah, right. So their 1-2 punch is a lot better than what Ryan and I.
What we had in mind. Yeah,
that's why we're not GMs. We're scouts.
More important for Philly, a number 1 center or 2A defenseman, number 5.
I might go with you and say Juraj on this one. I might.
I have Philly taking Juraj. They have. It depends where they think they are as a franchise. If they think they're still can be competitive, they still have good players. They have Couturier, who didn't play a lot last year. They have their number 1 center already. They have Ivan Provorov still. They have pieces. So I guess you want to take best player available. I think always number 1 center is the most important thing after a goalie. goalies are number one, but for some reason they don't get talked about enough. For just
In the
goalies
draft.
are weird, and especially in the draft, there are no goalies here, so that's not an option. Number one center is always the bigger option, I think.
Yeah, that's why
But-
Seattle went for Shane Wright over David Jiricek, for instance. They said, we need another like somebody to compete with Matty Beniers in that 1A 1B kind of center role. This is huge for the organization. Wow.
Number two is a right shot D man.
Yeah.
I would just say top D man. If he's right-handed shot, then
It
that's
helps,
awesome.
just 'cause
That
they're
helps
more- yeah.
because they're a few and far between in the NHL. But yeah, top center or goalie, first line center, top defenseman.
Yeah, Jake, you think it's opposite? You'd go goalie D center? I think there's no wrong answer, right? You could argue either way, saying, "Oh, what are you gonna do? Let 1,000,000 goals against?"
You need all three.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You need all three to win.
You need 5 skaters on the ice and 1 goaltender at all times.
Philly and between Pavel or Denton.
Chekhov and Denton Matejchuk. That's
David Jiricek is still on the board for defenseman. I would take Jiricek over both those guys, but we both have Matejchuk going to San Jose, and then we have Minchikov going in the teens as well. So he's very there.
I've seen the D. Matejchuk.
Is he faster, Campbell?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Hey.
Right. Oh. He gotcha.
Yeah, you got me. Yeah. Number one
Goalie D center. Yeah, I like to start from like the back end too, but it's also harder, I think, to maybe like attract a top 2 D. You have to kind of like draft them and or get somehow lucky or something. It is very hard, and for
I know,
centers
I'm
we
just-
see, I think it's easier to get like a veteran center, a guy like Joe Thornton, Claude Giroux is available right now, and kind of say, oh, look, I can get a really good center there, but like top D, they don't come very often. But you see the desire for Jacob Chychrun right now. That's something like that, because everybody's like, yo, he might be a top D, and
You're not taking a shot? No, I'm creating chaos. I'm creating chaos where there is none. Don't worry.
But yeah, Anthony, I've seen the D Matejchuk, Mintyukov, even Korchinski kind of just drop on some random people's rankings. People putting them in like the mid-20s and up to 30. I don't know. This is a very up in the air draft, clearly.
Yeah, I have Miroshnichenko at 12. You have him at.
Oh, we both have him. You
have him at 10.
10 and 12, and I've seen him at 22. So.
Yeah, Korchinski. Then they have Pickering. Lekaramaki. This should really say mock draft, not rankings.
Yeah.
We'll blame our graphics designer. I don't rank him very high, Lekaramaki. I think he's good. He has a lot of talent, but he's just, I don't know. He's missing something for me. He's missing like the drive.
To be fair, he didn't send me his actual rankings. We only have a mock draft on the channel, so
yeah. I have him at 10 just because people are a little bit higher on him, but I don't think I would have him.
It's funny because I'm a little bit higher on Lekaramaki than you, but I have him lower in the draft. So who knows? It works a few times like that. I'm higher on Luka Del Belbaluz, but you have him higher than I do.
Shane Wright just went 4. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows what's happening?
Gleb's going 5th.
Gleb's good. Gleb Trikazov is going 5th.
The Phillies about to announce.
President of Hockey Ops and the
Philadelphia Flyers would like to welcome Jasmine Martinez from Ed Snyder Youth Hockey and Education to make our first pick.
Hello. With the 5th overall pick, the Philadelphia Flyers are proud to pick Cutter Gauthier.
Ooh. Cutter Gauthier at 5. You talked about this between us just before we started streaming, but yeah, this is a guy, I'm so glad he didn't go to Ottawa. I really do like Cutter Gauthier, but we were talking, he was on, I felt like a lot of people's mock drafts in like the 20-ish, mid-teens, late, really early 20s, and that's where I had him in like, I think in my mock draft or something. But the way he just kind of like jumped up in the past month to like a top 5 pick, I thought was just kind of weird.
Go ahead, Cutter at 18. Dude.
18 to Dallas.
Not even on the sheet.
Yeah,
it's
right,
way down here for you.
That's how off I was. But like, I think that like he has appeared there on a lot of people's rankings, so I'm kind of shocked that he like jumped so high. I definitely think he's good. There's reason to take him, maybe in the top 10, but I just think this is wild.
Pavel kind of reminds me of another Russian D-man that played in the OHL and currently playing in the Sunshine State. Talking about Sergachev?
Oh yeah, I was thinking I'm like Florida. Wait, Tampa, yeah.
Yeah, there are two teams in that state.
I like that.
That's a good comparison. I think Sergachev is a lot bigger and more physical. But in terms of Jonathan, what franchise do you think he would benefit from going to in terms of development? Great question. I don't know.
I had him. What do I have? Anaheim and later pick?
Leketemaki?
You have an Anaheim because they needed scoring. Right? I have him the 13th because I think the Islanders needed scoring. So I think like we kind of picked which team will need scoring, not which team can develop the best scoring out of him. I already think he's like, as far as like offensive touch, you don't really need to like invest too much into his offensive game. It's the game like away from the puck, the defensive game that Leketemaki has to really work on. So, I'm not sure.
Buffalo might be a good spot for him. They're becoming a better place to develop prospects. They're getting there.
And I don't think he'll drop, but even Toronto, I think he just thrive on the wing.
He would do very well in Toronto.
But I don't think he'll drop that far.
I did. Okay. Wow, what a draft so far.
Yeah, it's two-way game, right? I'm not too sure. Just because that's a tough one, Maybe Columbus. Columbus is a team that they're pretty like, they enforce their defensive structure top down. They're very strict on that. So maybe, they kind of whip him into shape, but that's what I expected from Patrick Laine as well. Maybe there's some philosophy there and that they can take a, like a pure goal scorer and kind of get a two-way game out of them.
Yeah, that's what maybe a team like Nashville. I don't know where they're picking. 17. Yeah. Nashville might be a good system for him.
Yeah, he had some grittiness in him, toughness in him. He's a little bit softer.
Any guesses for the Jackets?
I kind of want to stick to Matthew Savoie now. I don't know why. I kind of like. There's something about watching him play that I'm like, he would look just good in a Columbus jersey, wouldn't he?
He would.
It's right. He would look good in one, and like the way he plays, and I'm like, yeah, just in a Blue Jackets jersey, he just look good in one. So I'm gonna stick with that.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Ford. I had them taking Savoie. I think I'll stick with Savoie. Juracek I have higher ranked, but I don't know, defense. They just don't feel like a team that would pick a defenseman here.
Not here. And like there are, like I don't think either any of the D that are available really fit their kind of style either. Yeah. Juracek with
Juracek makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Out of the defensemen here, like Minchikov and Matejchuk and those guys, I don't think they're Columbus players, but Juracek could be.
Juracek maybe, but I'd put my money on Savoie.
David at 6 and Denton at 12. They're just gonna go full defenseman.
It's a possibility.
I like that. Cutter Gauthier at 5.
That is wild. I don't like that pick.
I know you're not a huge fan of Cutter Gauthier. I liked him, but you have him obviously way down on your board. I had him going to Ottawa initially until they traded that pick. So
that was one of my fears that you'd be right. Please don't be right.
It's kind of unfortunate that Ottawa doesn't have a pick in the first round for like the chaos aspect of the potential pick.
As an Ottawa fan, no.
As a Leaf fan, yes.
As any other fan of any other team, absolutely. You kind of hope, like, hey, who's gonna screw up? How are the Sens gonna fuck up this year? How's Pierre Dorian? What mistakes he gonna make? And I'm pretty happy that they made a good trade because I think it's worth it.
Jack Quinn over Marco Rossi. Yeah, he's like, he didn't even pick the right Ottawa 67.
Merci beaucoup à la belle ville Montreal. Yes, you have a beautiful city. Thank you very much to the Molson family for putting on and hosting a great time. We would like to say hello to our fans at Pins Easton. Thank you very much, Fifth Line, for being great supporters. With our first pick, I would like to introduce our general manager, Jarmo Kekalainen.
Maybe he's taking a...
And maybe he goes for Kemmel.
With the 6th overall pick, the Columbus Blue Jackets are proud to select from Czech, Pilsen, David Jiricek.
David Jiricek.
Werenski. He'd be a good partner for Werenski. I forgot his name.
Werenski. Sorry.
Because after trading out Seth Jones, I think that it left a clear hole. And seeing Seth Jones in Chicago, it's obvious that Zach Werenski was a huge part of making him look good. He's so smart, Zach Werenski, both ends of the ice. And I think we both agree Jiricek has a kind of just a weird style of game. He's just different. And I think maybe with a guy like Werenski, you can get the best out of him just like they did with Seth Jones. Because I don't think Seth Jones would have looked as good as he did in Columbus without Werenski on the partner, which is why he looks like, crap in Chicago. And there are even rumors about trading him before his contract kicks in.
Oh, Jake's comment there.
Ottawa enjoys watching. Cutter would be bad? Yeah, I do not like Cutter Gauthier to Ottawa. I don't know what it is. It just didn't fit for me.
Big Big Jarmo. I assume you mean. Jarmo Kekalainen.
A big Jiricek.
Or Jiricek.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah. Jarmo's spelled with a J, right?
Jarmo Kekalainen, yeah.
Both of them. Big J.
I could use a big J right now.
Yeah, J Jiricek.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Not Jarmo Kekalainen?
So Chicago, they have a really good... I had a feeling when they made the trade that something like this was going to happen. That Chicago was just going to say, we don't know who's going to go top 6. We're just going to be happy with whoever falls and lands in our pocket. And that they love, everybody who's in the top 10, and they're like, we want to get in there. We want to get in there. And so they made the pick with Ottawa. They made the trade with Ottawa for the pick. And I think it was the right decision for both teams if Chicago's clearly going through their rebuild. But I don't know who they're going to pick.
Minus the order, I almost nailed the top 6.
I think the top 5 are pretty clear.
I think Chicago takes Savoie here, right? They got to take him off the board.
You traded out Doc and you trade out DeBrincat. What did they need a center, maybe winger?
Yeah, forward, so they take Kemmel or Savoie.
Yeah.
Savoie. Whatever.
I'm not sure who they take, but I think they would take a center. I mean, a forward. Maybe Frank Nazar?
Maybe Nazar, yeah. Nazar. I've heard Nazar.
I think Nazar because it sounds like Middle Eastern or something, and I'm like,
that's just the way.
Yeah, right. It clicked, and I'm not gonna let go.
Yeah, they want Bedard. Yeah, good point. They want to tear it all the way down. Just go for Bedard. They are not the only team that's going to do that.
There are some really, really, really good. 2023 is a deeper draft than 2022. Absolutely, I'd almost say the top 4 or 5 next year might be better than anybody in this in 2022 in this draft. It is a crazy, insane year. Connor Bedard would go first overall in this draft, even as an underager. It's just ridiculous.
Dalibor Dvorsky was in this draft. It'd be 1, 2, 3.
I could almost, when we watch Dalibor Dvorsky play at Hlinka, he's better than Slafkovsky and a year younger. I can absolutely see by this time next year, we're talking about Dvorsky being easily a number 1 center in the NHL.
Michkov is, I think, probably the best player out of that draft, honestly. It's between him and Bedard, but the whole Russian factor is huge up in the air, and a lot can happen in a year's time, but he's sliding down everyone's boards, I've noticed, to like 4, 5, 6, where he should be battling for 1, 2 because he's Russian, which is a little unfortunate.
I have him at 3 behind Adam Fantilli right now. I thought Fantilli played an amazing game with the U18s, which overshadowed 2 amazing years in the USHL with the Chicago Steel. They pump out prospects like crazy, and Fantilli is a product of just the dedication of the Chicago Steel's program. I think he's fantastic. He's probably going to go 2nd overall, and Michkov is going to drop. Also due to his KHL contract, he was signed till 2026. And the NHL honors KHL contracts. So unless they break some deal for money and it's a huge controversy, Michkov is going to stay in Russia for 3 full seasons. It's 2.5, maybe in the playoffs or something, but 3 seasons he's going to play in the KHL. So he's stuck there. If you're getting Connor Bedard, you're going to want to put him on your team immediately. Adam Fantilli maybe even immediately. Dalibor Dvorsky maybe even immediately. But Michkov, you're going to have to wait 3 years, which is a huge factor for teams picking, first, second,
you
third
want help right away. If you are interested in next year's picks, Alex's rankings, his mock draft, I guess. Can't really mock draft when you don't know the standings, but his rankings for 2023 come out on Sunday on the channel, on the Dopemon YouTube channel, so make sure to stay tuned for that if you're interested.
I do a top 50.
Yeah, top 50. A lot of picks. The initial way too early mock draft.
I call it my preseason.
Preseason.
And Chicago's pick is in. They have made it to the stage. We'll see who they pick.
Merci Montréal pour votre accueil. Thank you Montreal for the fantastic week. And a special thank you to all the amazing fans here today who make this such a special event.
He's a wee boy.
We'd like to say hello to all of our fans back in Chicago, and specifically the Highland Park residents. Our hearts are with you. With the 7th overall pick, the Chicago Blackhawks are proud to select from the Seattle Thunderbirds, Kevin Korchinski.
Whoa!
That is they knew who they wanted. What? You know what?
Why?
Why
Wait a minute.
Don't they have the 13th overall
They have the
pick?
13th pick, right? I'm not crazy.
This is a little weird. Why would they trade so high in the draft? I thought they were going to take best available, and they're just happy to take the best available. If they knew, Kevin Korchinski, he will be, he will be available a little bit later. I don't know at 13 though. That's maybe they tried to trade down and they just couldn't.
Wow.
Yeah, the 13th overall is now Chicago.
Oh yeah. Well, does this matter? Yeah. Korchinski.
Korchinski was ranked by me at 17th to Nashville and 18th to Dallas for Ryan. So, yeah, a bit of a reach. I think we both think that 13th they could have gotten Kevin Korchinski.
I think it would have fallen to 13.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised.
This is huge.
This draft is insane. What is happening? Oh, Janis just said that this draft is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're on the same page. Detroit on the clock here.
Now I'm not so sure about Brad Lambert.
Yeah, now I don't know if Brad Lambert. I'm less confident on our Brad Lambert pick here today.
You know, in our mock draft, we talked about, I think Matthew Savoie is about to fall.
Really?
Yeah, I think he's going to fall a little bit. I think NHL teams are projecting him to be a winger, and they're not treating him like a center, so he's going to go in the mid-teens or something.
Could be. There's a wild card. Just Detroit in general, you mean?
This whole draft.
Incredible. Yeah, Savoie, Kemmel, Lambert, Nazar, Lekaramaki, Minchukov, Matejchuk, guys that could be taken here.
Yurov.
No, Yurov maybe.
I think he'd be a good fit in Detroit.
A little high to take a Russian, I think.
Yeah,
but...
yeah. It'd be a reach to take a Russian, but as far as skill goes, I think it would be a good fit. Yeah, just in pure, like, you know.
Detroit also just does not care.
Yeah, they'll take whatever pick they want to pick, right?
They'll do whatever they like.
We're hearing from Kevin Korchinski. He did not have too much of an idea, but a little bit that Chicago was interested in him. I think he's just as shocked as we are.
I feel like, how would you know? Because did they interview players as rigorously as other teams? Because they didn't have a first-round pick going into today.
Right. I think they knew that they're like, okay, we're going to reach. Let's do our interviews. Let's find our guy in the top 10 we like. Make the trade with Ottawa for 7th, and then take the guy we like. And I can see that. So what do you guys think for Detroit? We originally had Bradley Lambert.
Bradley
Lamberto, but we are now torn.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on.
I have to like sit down and like
I have to sit down as he's sitting down.
Like, I need to like take this.
Guys, I need to sit down.
Yeah, Jake Brown.
What is Pierre doing here? Pierre Maguire's on the panel.
Oh no, we were warned Pierre Maguire would be here.
Were we?
We were warned. Yeah, we were. Yeah, that's big news. People were like, oh no. I think the Beaverton made an article about making fun of Canadians disappointed to learn. Or no, they blame the Ottawa Senators.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Right. Ottawa Senators are like they have to apologize for Pierre Maguire being on now because he'd be at the table if he wasn't.
Steve is known to make a big reach. Yeah, Stevie Y took Moritz Seider way higher than people expected him to, and worked out really well. So, could do it again, absolutely.
And the pick is in, so we're about to find out.
Yeah, Detroit has picked their player. Stevie Y holding a jersey. Just listening to Kyle Davidson talk to Elliot Friedman here about
Chicago rebuilding.
Taves and Kane specifically.
Are going to stick around for a bit.
Oh, Detroit picks
Marco Kasper. This is another guy I wasn't surprised that they were going to take here.
You know, I had a feeling that they were going to reach for a big center at this point. Well, I was like, not Brad Lambert, but, you know, not a D who's strong.
Kasper. Yeah, got it. This isn't that surprising to me. I had him at 13, you had him at 15, but Stevie Y is a guy that I think likes this kind of player. I was considering him for my mock, but I was just like, Brad Lambert all the way, baby. I'm on the Brad Lambert train. Now I don't know where he's going to go. Mm-hmm. Sweden again. Kasper is Austrian, I believe, but he plays in Sweden. So he plays in the Swedish Elite League, or Swedish Hockey League, the SHL. Not the Swedish Elite League anymore. Used to be, but just the SHL now. But yeah, he's Austrian born.
And he's one of three top Austrians in the draft you gotta keep your eyes out for. Marco Kasper was one. Vinzenz Rohrer for the Ottawa 67s is second. And then Luca Auer, he's third. He was playing in Austria for the Salzburg Red Bulls, the Red Bull team in the Alps HL. He was like their lead scorer, played pretty well. I'm not too sure if he's going to get drafted here. If he does, it'll be like a 5th to 7th round pick. So don't pay too much attention to him. But there are 3 key Austrians in this draft.
Through 8 picks, our mock draft is destroyed, as it normally is, because who can predict this friggin' event?
Nobody was right.
Nobody. Absolutely nobody. You might get a few picks here and there. The biggest pick for, as far as us, is Nemec for you.
Yeah, I just had a feeling. Sometimes you have a feeling, you know? You go on them and you're right. And I have a feeling...
Didn't you get flack from someone taking Nemec too? On the channel?
I did. Somebody gave me shit for
Someone
that.
gave you shit in the comment section.
You were wrong.
Yeah, last laugh, baby.
Yeah.
YouTube comment section was
Right.
after Alex for picking Nemec in his draft at number 2. So.
Like, no way, it's not Slafkovsky. You're
Got
right,
him.
it wasn't Slafkovsky.
It wasn't. Hey, you were right, because he wasn't available. Buffalo at 9.
I can see them taking Savoie, Kemmel, or Nazar.
Top prospect, yeah, they did a good year last year too. I remember Owen Power, obviously, Isak Rosian, Prokhor Poltapov.
Not the
last
greatest
year.
pick, in my opinion.
Not that high.
Yeah.
Kisakov.
Same for him. It was a little bit of a reach. Steven Sardirian. That was probably the dumbest pick I've seen in a long time. Steven Sardirian. I want to be high on him because he's Armenian and I want to have some sort of bias, but yeah, you're not going to find as a.
Yeah, I'm not on.
He didn't even play, I don't think, in the USHL, but his MHL stats were they were really bad. I had him ranked way off the outside the draft. I think the only reason he was drafted is because he played on the same line as Prokhor Poltapov, and maybe they think, some chemistry thing, but a huge reach. He was on nobody's lists for out of Russia, so it's...
Year before, Buffalo had Jack Quinn, JJ Paterka as their big pits. Year before, Dylan Cousins, Rasmus Dahlin the year before. So they've had some good picks here. Casey
They've had some
Middlestat finally figuring it out. 2017.
Yeah, they're not one of the worst drafting and developing teams, but I think that they've made a few mistakes. They're like a 50-50.
Second highest Austrian-born player, second highest draft pick, Marco Kasper. Thomas Vanek, number 1.
And then Marco Rossi was number 3 now at number 9.
Yeah, Austrians are going to be good down the middle in a few years here. If we ever get a best-on-best tournament again.
When Buffalo's pick is in.
All right, I'm taking Kemmel here.
Kemmel?
Kemmel's coming off the board.
Frank Nazar. I want to stick with my my little...
You're sticking with yours? I'm sticking with mine.
Yeah, okay. Let's stick with mine, too.
Yeah, I'm sticking with Kemmel. Sticking with my pick. I think Buffalo, this that kind of trigger man on the kind of shot that he has.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it fits into what Buffalo's trying to do right now.
And same, I think for Nazar, his ability to finish, he has one of the most unique, elite puck handling skills in this draft. What he does, nobody else in the draft can do. Not going to take him first overall for it, but I am going to appreciate that he has some skills, incredible puck handling skills. That I think that would be really, really fit really well in Buffalo's top 6, just as Joakim Kemmel would fit really well as a scorer. I think we both see a scorer.
Buffalo's on the stage now.
Pick is in.
All right, so Buffalo on the clock and Kevin Adams to the podium. Let's hear what the Sabres do.
The Buffalo Sabres are proud to select from Winnipeg in the Western Hockey League, Matthew Savoie.
All right, Matthew Savoie.
That was torn between them now. I had a feeling it was one of the other. He's going to be a good fit. He might play center. He might be a wing or two, and I think that Buffalo is willing to have a guy that could play either center or wing. I think he's going to be really good. And also on the right wing, I think that he'd be better on the right than the left, and I think it'll be good for Buffalo too.
Should I gray it out maybe instead? There's going to be a lot of yellow.
I don't know. Do like that instead. No, that looks odd.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's perfect.
You're the color guy.
Yeah.
Not Savoie. Is he gonna be Savoie in Buffalo? Is he close enough to the French border?
I think they're American enough to call him Savoie.
Yeah, they got a bunch of good picks, Buffalo. They had a lot of good picks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're ready. They're another team that's ready to come out of their rebuild and be a playoff team now.
Savoie with Rosen and Quinn a few years.
Yeah.
Dylan Cousins down the middle there too. They have Dylan Krebs too. I always forget about that. They didn't draft him, but they are Peyton Krebs. Peyton Krebs. I said Dylan Krebs.
Yeah, and Dylan Cousins.
Dylan Cousins, Peyton Krebs.
Yeah. From Vegas.
From the Vegas, part of the Jack Eichel trade. So they got some. They're starting to get some picks here.
Mm-hmm.
Buffalo's starting to get a little scary. Get a little scary down the road. Both Buffalo and Ottawa. Starting a little scary to me. Our division can't handle any more good teams. Stop it. Yeah, you do it. Can you get behind me?
Yeah, I can squeeze. Yeah, go Sens! Go to Brinket!
Savoie, Gauthier, Lambert. Quebec province is losing a lot of good hockey players. Lambert was, yeah. Taylor Blunt, how dare you? I'm banning you from the channel. Need the Leafs to make it past the first round? Hell yeah. All French names. Lambert is Finnish, right? I'm not tripping out.
Yeah, he is Finnish. And he likes to state that he's not Canadian.
Yeah.
He only played there for like a year or two and gets tied to it. I think his dad or somebody was born there, but he is Finnish.
All right, Taylor Blunt, you get a pass.
You know, Leafs fans, they love the draft because it's the only time they get to see action outside the first round.
It's the only time the Leafs are ever relevant this late in the season.
Mm-hmm.
It's great.
All the Leafs have to, check their phones from the golf course to see who got drafted.
You get 3 jokes. That was 2.
Yeah.
Anaheim next year at 10. Mason McTavish, Olin Zellweger, Sasha Pastujov with their first 3 picks last year. I like 2 of those. Pastujov wasn't very big on. The year before, they took Drysdale and Jacob Perreault in the first round as well. So they've had a bunch of really good picks. Zellweger, I think, would be a first-round pick if you did that draft over again. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got a lot of, Anaheim, like Buffalo, another guy that's going to be really, really good in a few years. Another team.
I don't hate Sasha Pastujov, but as a 3rd-round pick, maybe. But his style of play, very, he cherry picks. He has all the skill, but he just, he's just not my type of player.
Who's the best team in 3 years? Sens or Leafs?
Sens.
Leafs, baby. Of course it's the Leafs. Sens. Leafs will re-sign their big guys. Matthews will be here long term. Just with him, we're a better team.
Alex DeBrincat. Alex DeBrincat.
The superior American.
It's happening. There's 2 different ways to look at it. I think, you could look at season stats and say, the Leafs are better. You know, they might win more. But, you know, if you look at, like, playoff records and stuff, like, I feel like if the Leafs aren't able to get out of the first round and Ottawa does, then you're sitting there and being like, look, objectively, like, one team is able to just get over the hump and the other can't.
If you wanted to make that your definition of best,
right? So it's hard.
More playoff success, I wouldn't translate that necessarily to best unless you win the cup.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
right, it's got to be a good
I'm
run.
I'm of the mind where, you know, the only teams in the last 10 years that can trip the Leafs for missing the, you know, not winning the cup the last 10 years are the teams that have won the cup. Tampa, Colorado, St. Louis, Washington, Pittsburgh, teams like that. But like Montreal made it to the final, but guess what? They have the exact same amount of cups as the Leafs the last 10 years. So that's where I sit on it as far as where playoff success, is the definition of best team. Playoff success is winning the Stanley Cup, not winning 2 rounds, to me.
Yeah.
I thought that was Steve Yzerman.
The Anaheim Ducks would like to wish...
I was like, what is he doing back up?
The Marchment family and the entire the San Jose Sharks our warmest sympathies. With the 10 selection, the Anaheim Ducks select Pavel Mintyukov from the Saginaw Spirit.
You were right.
Yep. It's another one I just had a feeling about.
Pavel Mintyukov.
Now, Anaheim is a team that needs offense, needs scoring, and we keep talking about every year, they need to get a goal scorer. Well, you know what? Pavel Mintyukov is just an offensive defenseman. You don't have to get all your offense from just scorers. He's a guy that I think is a little bit high risk, high reward in his style of play and at 10th overall. But for Anaheim, he's just the right fit. I can see him as a great partner with Jamie Drysdale one day. That's going to be a fantastic pair.
Korchinski is not even close to worth the brink yet. How is this guy? I know nothing about him.
Offensive D, he's really good. Neither of us had him that high.
No.
I compare D, why
no,
not?
It's Korchinski being that high is a little bit surprising to both of us. We have mock drafts on the channel where we go through our big hour and a half specials on each of them. You can skip to where we have Korchinski's. For either our list, we go have a little bit of video on them. We have a little bit of a little quickie scouting report. Check that out if you are more interested in Kevin Korchinski.
Yeah, but he's more of an offensive D. So
yeah, way more. There's not a lot of defense in Kevin Korchinski's game. You're gonna have to teach him how to play defense.
I think they put up a graphic for us that said he's the highest scoring rookie defenseman in WHL history. So it is a big deal that he does produce a lot of offense, but compared to Pavel Mintyukov, I don't know, I might have taken Mintyukov over Korchinski. And Mintyukov on the Saginaw Spirit OHL team, they're one of like the worst teams in the league right now in the OHL, and Pavel Mintyukov was able to score basically a point a game, which is incredible on a crappy team that couldn't score. He was able to get so many points. So I like Pavel Mintyukov for Anaheim. I think he's going to be able to produce a lot of offense for them too, and we all know they need it.
Doesn't surprise me with the Hawks reaching. I mean, I thought they could have taken him at 13. No problem.
Yeah, they could have gotten somebody else. I guess maybe they know who they want at 13.
Maybe they just mustn't really want Kevin Korchinski.
Yeah.
Maybe they think they can teach him how to play defense and he can be one of the best two-way guys in this draft, because he can be. So Korchinski's been rising all year. Yep. Oh, trade to announce.
Yep, you can hear the boos, so you know Bettman's coming on stage.
Well, unmute the broadcast.
Just silent.
Mic check, Gary Bettman.
I'd like to announce a trade. That's better. The Arizona Coyotes trade pick number 11, the next pick in this draft, to the San Jose Sharks for picks
27, 34, and 45 in the 2022
Other way, Batman.
draft. That means San Jose has the 11th selection
No.
in the 2022 draft. And San Jose, you're on the clock.
Mike Greer's sitting there like,
No.
are we?
Batman, no.
Batman.
Backwards.
My God, boo, Batman, boo.
San Jose traded the 11th pick to Arizona for those 3 draft picks. And you saw Mike Greer, who's the newly minted GM for San Jose. So I believe it's actually...
Yeah, Sharks trade the 11th to the Coyotes for 27, 34, and 50-something. 27, 34, and 50-something are going to San Jose. Yeah.
First draft pick is Anaheim GM for Pat Verbeek.
34.
Pat, one of the big
Wasn't
questions
as
was about Russian players. If he wasn't
35 and
would you have done this?
they have so many picks.
Yeah, it's just, we'll get there in the second round eventually.
Yeah, we'll figure that out later.
We're looking, to get our
Whole point,
going in the right
Arizona's
direction,
down.
Towards winning the Stanley Cup.
Not San Jose, as Batman said.
Really help us get there.
Have things unfolded tonight?
I think it was the right move by Arizona. They had too many picks.
Yeah, move up.
I know I mentioned in my Ottawa Senators draft preview that, if for Mike Greer, he is in a really unique position to kind of first week on the job, I get to pick who I want on my roster for my team for the next 5 to 15 years. And so, they only had the one pick at 11 between the first 2 rounds. So if you're trying to build a team, from like the ground up, you gotta, do something. That's why I had them trading, Meyer for Ottawa's 7th.
That was a good pick for both sides, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, San Jose getting a lot more picks deeper in the draft. We've seen in this draft that who knows where people are going to get picked. So at 24, 7, 35, whichever picks just got traded, we know that San Jose is going to get guys that they do.
Everyone's list looks entirely different. So one list might have a guy at 30, but another team might have him at 15. And so as you mentioned,
I slowed the browser audio on again.
Yep.
Whoops. Yeah, and no, this is good for both sides. I think San Jose gets more options.
Yeah. And first year GM, you want to make these decisions and have your team, right? You're stuck with these, Vlasic, Carlson, Burns contracts. They suck, and you want to that these guys that you're picking, they're going to be playing after these guys are gone.
Yeah.
So this is the new team that you're drafting. I like this pick. I like the other trade. And for Arizona, just with so many picks, they traded 3 here. That they definitely need more top end talent. And we're saying earlier in the draft, on the live stream here, what's more important, a top center or a top D? And now guess what? Arizona has the chance to take after Logan Cooley. They get a chance now to take a top D. I'm guessing the Phoenix guy, right? I think maybe Denton Matejchuk maybe to Arizona. That's a potential.
Yeah, well, they have Logan Cooley, so they have their center. So I doubt they'd take Lambert or Nazar. Conor Geekie. That's a little too far down the draft. Yeah, so maybe Matejchuk might be a pick here. Maybe Kemmel. I'm surprised Kemmel is still on the board, to be completely honest.
Me too, but also not.
Really?
He fell. He fell for you too in personal rankings, right? If he had been able to maintain the scoring pace that he had at the start of the season, then absolutely 150% he'd be a top 3 pick. But he just he showed after his injury and coming back that hey, that was him on a hot streak, and the regular him isn't.
Yeah, you don't draft a guy for his stats though. You draft him for his skills that he has.
When he came back, you saw look. He was scoring on those low percentage shots that now he's not scoring on. And it kind of exposed, he was on a hot streak. And that, you don't take him for his stats. You're you look at his game after and say, okay, look, in a more realistic, sample size after his injury, after the hot streak, he scored at this kind of pace. And it just wasn't up to par. Even I had them. I thought it was a bit of a reach for Ottawa to take him at 7. I'd have probably put him 10-11 in my rankings.
Arizona's pick is in, though, either way.
The Coyotes are proud to select from the Winnipeg Ice, Conor Geekie.
Wow.
Oh. Okay. I think that's a bit of a reach. I would have gone for Kemmel or Nazar over. They're going for somebody, I guess they want stability down the middle. And Conor Geekie has insane potential. I think that he could definitely be a second-line center for Arizona after Logan Cooley now. You know, 1-2 punch.
I guess they wanted their number one centers.
Yep.
Wild.
I think it's crazy to see Conor Geekie go before Matthew Savoie.
No, Savoie went to Buffalo.
Oh my god, yeah, I'm stupid, guys.
I think you meant Nazar.
I meant Nazar in my head, right?
Yeah, before Nazar, 100%. What was the trade finally? It was a package of picks. It was basically San Jose traded the 11th to Arizona for 3 picks in the late first, early second. I just don't know what the number of those picks are because there's so many.
Yeah.
Okay, here we are.
27, 34, and 45.
So 30.
You want to delete the 33? Kind of trips out the current picks too.
34 is now San Jose's. And was it 45 is now San Jose's.
So San Jose will be picking at 27, 35, 34, and 45. Which is good for them. These are incredible
great.
picks.
That's
These
really
are
good.
Really, really good picks. For Conor Geekie, that's
okay. To trade up and get Conor Geekie, that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Both teams, I think, that was a really good trade for both of them.
Yeah, 11 for 27, 34, and 45. That's quite a bunch. That's quite a bunch of picks to trade up.
Yeah.
Not that high. So you think it's like a first and then like maybe a second and then maybe
right? Like I can see the 27 and 34 maybe a mid-teens.
Yeah, really weaponizing the amount of picks that they have. Columbus again.
12 Columbus Blue Jackets. I have a feeling for Danila Yurov. I do like him.
Away from him.
Yeah.
Get a drinky?
Yeah, sure. It's
my phone wherever
warm too. Yeah, so San Jose has a lot of potential to draft incredible here now, especially in that second round. And after the draft, I think you guys who have been following along should check out our mock drafts, both the first and second round, just to see who's left, who could they pick at those spots, because apparently there's going to be a lot of talent available. So. Hearing from Conor Geekie now, talking about his future role in Arizona. Yes. Crazy draft so far. Really big names still left on the table here. Joakim Kemmel, Brad Lambert, Frank Nazar, Denton Matejchuk, Danila Yurov, Jonathan Lekera-Mackey, even Ivan Miroshnichenko.
This is fun so far.
Yeah, great draft. I love being wrong.
Oh,
about these drafts. So,
if I was right the whole time, it'd be a little boring.
It'd be like we did this already.
Yeah, guys.
We just watched the mock draft.
If we're getting the entire mock draft right, that means a lot of people are, which means everything is very just kind of meh.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe the skill is all separated.
Yeah.
Like the more guys at higher levels, the more craziness we're gonna see. And we're seeing it now.
And that's like my favorite part of scouting is that sometimes you see the exact same thing in a player, but just value it differently So you might be like, yeah, I like that defensive defenseman, but I don't see him at 15th overall. I see him at 45th overall. So there's just, everybody has a different kind of philosophy for it. And here you get to see 32 different teams, 32 different philosophies all hitting each other at once. And yeah, very hard to predict. Yeah, not an exact science.
Yeah, it's definitely not these are all lottery tickets.
Mhm.
Even the first round, it's just lottery tickets. Not all these guys are going to be NHL players. You're going to get a random guy in the second round that is a superstar every once in a while. Like, it's not an exact science, to use your words. It's a crapshoot a lot of the time. Columbus is picks in.
They do try. We see with analytics now, teams trying to make it an exact science. And we see in the draft that they don't match the analytics all the time. It's, even they know it's not an exact science.
With the 12th pick, Columbus Blue Jackets are proud to select from Western Hockey League Moose Jaw Warriors, Denton Matejchuk.
Denton Matej.
That mean they took 2 defensemen? Who'd they take before?
Juraj.
Yeah, that means they took 2 defensemen.
Yeah. Huh.
They must really want defensemen.
We had a feeling. We both had him 11 to originally San Jose.
No, is it?
Yeah. Here we just Control A or something. Highlight all.
Pierre McGuire just he plays like Tony D'Angelo. Hello?
No, he doesn't.
I mean, of all the players you're gonna compare him to, why Tony D'Angelo?
Is the Tony D'Angelo off the ice? It's such a rude comparison.
Yeah, such a strange comparison there, Pierre.
Oh, you know who you're like? That asshole.
Chicago back on the clock. They probably, maybe they couldn't have taken Torchinsky. Michikov and Matejchuk. Maybe they had some sort of sense on the draft floor.
Mm-hmm.
Talking to other GMs who you taking.
I'm glad that the defensemen rose. I saw them dropping on a lot of people's rankings, and I hate when D drop because, for whatever reason, to see them go high, I love it.
How are my bets doing? That's what I got my phone for.
And Columbus's pick says it's it. Why are they not? Oh, okay, that's why. Now Chicago's on the clock.
Now Chicago's on the clock?
Yeah.
I know I didn't get my Shane Wright pick. I put a total of, what'd I say, $15 on a bunch of different...
5 chips?
I got 5 picks.
So let us know down below what you guys think Chicago will be doing at 13th overall. They did shock everybody selecting Kevin Korchinski. We'll see if they shock everybody with another crazy pick. I guess if they're trading this far up, I thought at 7 they were just going to be happy with the top player that lands in their pocket.
They just traded DeBrincat. Maybe they get a guy like Kemmel.
Yeah, somebody who can score on the wing or something, because they gave up also Kirby Doc, that they're out of center, they're out of a winger center, and they got to get somebody here. Now I feel like Lambert's gonna go to the second. The way this is going.
Yeah, didn't get to.
Did you break even on your bets? Right?
I made money.
Nice.
I made money. The most money I made was Conor Geekie under at 12 or lower, so or 11 and a half. So I don't know why they gave that to me.
Higher. Lower, like the other way around.
Yeah, it should have been 12 or lower. Geekie draft position.
Yeah,
but it gave it to me.
Didn't? Do you think it got it backwards? Like you bet wrong. It actually you thought you were doing after 11, and you really bet before 12.
Maybe. Yeah, I got that, and I got Juracek over 5.
Right.
Or at 6.
Yeah, because he had to go in the top 5 here, check. Or I guess I thought, or in the top 6, I mean, he did.
My bets are tripping.
Chicago with 1.5 minutes on the clock.
Any other props happening? Nope. And this site sucks. I need to get a different site. Bet365 is not the play, guys.
Officially not a sponsor.
No. No, it's not a sponsor. I had to switch off. They didn't give me enough draft prop bets, but I made $5.
So, everybody comment down below so far what you think the craziest, biggest, most shocking draft selection has been so far. What do you think, Ryan? The biggest shock for you?
Right at 4.
Right at 4? Me too.
Right?
I didn't.
Not the sense that everyone else was picked higher or bad, but right at 4 is just so crazy.
Yeah. I don't think a supposed first overall player has dropped that far in ever.
Okay, I can remember.
You got to look back decades.
Not in the last 10 or so years.
At most 2012, but there was no.
Yeah, but there was no big number 1 pick, really. It was Yakupov, but even then, it's everyone was eh. Everyone was aware that the draft class was weaker than normal. 13, I had Casper. He was taken already. You could get Lekterimaki. You could get your Lekterimaki pick here.
Originally, a New York Islanders. I had them. Maybe.
Their pick is in.
And they're on the stage. We'll see.
Davidson again here.
The Chicago Blackhawks are proud to select from the United States National Development Team, Frank Nazar.
There he is. Frank Nazar.
And he's a happy boy. What a smiley man. I like seeing, we saw Shane Wright, sit there all grouchy and grumpy because he fell to 4, and then you see guys at 13 freaking out yeah, I just won the lottery. And I think this is a good, Nazar's a winger. He's a good guy.
He's a center,
Lots of
isn't he?
skill.
He plays both, but
internationally he gets put on the wing, and the USDP gets put on the wing just because I think he can play center, but he'll probably end up on the wing. But he can do both. Kind of like DeBrincat.
And hell yeah, Slafkovsky.
Yeah, Slafkovsky.
I had him, I have him 3rd at the start of the year before the Olympics? 5th? I had him in my top 5.
Rankings.
In our October rankings, I had him in top 5.
Mm-hmm.
And you had him way lower.
13th, I think it was 13th or 11th.
I'll have to go back and watch.
Yeah. We only did top 16, so he's
in there somewhere.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that he went number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Very vindicating for me.
And those are rankings. I'd still probably I wouldn't rank Slafkovsky first overall. Personally, still,
Oh, time will tell.
Yeah, right. So I might be wrong, but I just at this moment I don't that's how I saw it. So shock to me.
Korchinski and Nazar. Out all their trades today, they turned DeBrincat and Doc into Korchinski and Nazar.
You do have a few more picks, but
Could be.
We'll see that, it's pretty good. I gotta say for Chicago, you know what? I had Nazar at 9.
Yeah, you had him at 9.
17.
I had him at 16.
Yeah, right.
So right around here.
This is a pretty solid. They got good players. Chicago fans have a lot of reasons to be happy right now. You trade away 2 huge pieces, 2 young pieces. DeBrincat was 24, Doc was 21, 22, 20 or something
No, Doc was 3.
No, age.
Oh, age.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you meant,
DeBrincat was 24, and Doc, he's young
Doc's
too.
younger.
Right, and Chicago, like, they're talking about, like, a rebuild. These are the guys that, you know, you expect to kind of keep around, and so to see them go, I can see, you know, Chicago fans being really disappointed, but the picks they made, I'd be pretty happy about if I were Chicago fans, despite what they lost. It's pretty good.
Kemmel to Jets. I would have said the Jets were going to take a defenseman at the start of the day if they didn't take Conor Geekie, because I put him there because he's from Winnipeg. But all the big top defensemen are gone now. Torchinsky, Minchukov, Matejchuk, Jiricek, Nemec. The defense you would take here are gone, so they'd have to reach a little further into the draft to get one. So Kemmel's not a bad pick.
Vladimir Grudinin.
Not this high. Not this high. Yeah, Lekaramaki or Kemmel, I would say, to Winnipeg here now. Yeah.
If they take D, there aren't many D left.
Not at this
Like,
spot.
you would actually have to, like, if you want a D, you're looking at Vladimir Grudinin. Or, you know.
Pickering.
Yeah. Owen Pickering's a good
Kyrou, Chesley, a couple of guys.
Mm-hmm. You know, those are, I feel like they're all guys that have a lot to improve on, too. I would take, you know, like, that's. Like, I'd be trading down if I were Winnipeg at this point and they wanted a D.
Yeah,
down,
I would definitely think about it.
Mm-hmm.
It might be what they're doing. The pick is not in yet.
They look like they're making some decisions still.
Yeah, Kemmel, Lekaramaki. I mean, Lekaramaki and Kemmel would fit their system, I think, really well. They're gonna have to. They're doing a little bit of kind of rebuilding on the fly. Guys like Blake Wheeler on the trade block, Mark Scheifele, but they still have great young players like Connor and Ehlers and Dubois. So like they're kind of rebuilding, but kind of not fully, kind of like the Rangers a few years ago. So if they want to rebuild on the fly here, there's a couple guys they could take.
I think Lambert maybe down the middle if Winnipeg really, really, really wants that center depth. We both have them taking Conor Geekie. Huge questions around Mark Scheifele. That, you know, I know it would be a huge, like, a risk, a gamble to take Brad Lambert at this point because I don't think Winnipeg has another pick in the first. I don't know what their second round pick is, but you know, if they need a center, this would be it. But I can also see them just taking best player available.
Yep.
You know, just. Draft, just take the guy, and you know, if you really want to make a deal and trade things, you can do a trade later. Just take
They made
guy.
their pick, so they're taking the pick here. You're talking to Frank Nazer here, newest Chicago Blackhawk.
Yeah, even their pronouncing Nazar differently. Nazar.
Flip back and forth. Tavares.
Taves.
Yeah, totally. I've definitely heard that a lot. Shovel day off, moving to the stage.
What do you think, Kemmel?
I'll say Kemmel.
I'm gonna say Kemmel. I think this is the time for Kemmel. And maybe Yurov to Vancouver then after. He might be I like that one now.
Could be. 5 Yurov in Vancouver.
Mm-hmm. Finally get another right one after Cooley. That was an easy. It's like in bingo where you get the free center square. That was Logan Cooley.
I got my one pick.
Draft.
Montreal, hydrated by BioSteel.
Winnipeg Jets would like to thank the city of Montreal for their tremendous hospitality this week. Merci beaucoup. We'd like to extend our deepest condolences to the Marchman family as a Jets 1.0 draft pick. I'd like to acknowledge our season ticket members who are at our draft party back in Winnipeg at the Rec Room. And with the 14th pick, the Winnipeg Jets are proud to select from the U.S. National Development Program
Rutger McGroarty.
Hey,
Rutger. Best
McGroarty.
name.
Yeah, it's up there for best name for sure.
And I'm pretty sure he took a lot of heat for putting him. Was it him above Jagger Frickin?
Yeah, it was you that took a lot of heat, right?
We actually both did, but like, yeah, we took heat for. I like Rutger. I think that you got it. You got it. I think that there's huge potential here, and he absolutely deserves to be considered in the top 15. It's consistency for me. And sometimes, he's like, yeah, at times he's a top 15 pick, and then sometimes you're looking at him, you're like, yo, okay, he's not consistent. It's just, if Winnipeg can get that consistency out of him, absolutely, he's a second line center in my opinion. And good center depth. We talked about them, needing centers.
I don't know. Mm-hmm. He's a poor skater.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to work on his skating. McGroarty's, I don't know. He has all these abilities of a power forward, but he will not be an NHL player if he doesn't learn how to skate properly.
And with better skating, maybe he's more consistent. He's able to use those full skills, and you're like, oh, why isn't he doing it? He's behind a step, something like that. And if he can catch up, then
yeah, I see him as more as a winger, personally.
Me too. I think very, very easy.
Power forward winger. For Winnipeg, could be a great guy to have for them.
Want to see them pick Lambert? Yeah.
I love Brad Lambert. I really do.
Me too.
I have a hard time putting him in outside of my top 5, personally.
But how this draft has gone, he's going in the second round. That's just right.
Maybe, who knows?
I can't. Everybody's doing the reaching. Everybody's taking the players they want. I have a feeling that we're gonna see him drop to one of the teams, maybe with multiple picks at the early second.
I got to Ratu last year.
I had him going to Minnesota, Rutger McGroarty. I thought he'd be a good fit, either down the middle or on the wing with a guy like Kirill Kaprizov. In Winnipeg, I think they're going to want him to be a center, but I think if they will settle for him on any position. Because they need a center. They're not going to have any. Mark Scheifele's gone.
Mark Scheifele and Blake Wheeler are on their way out in Winnipeg, I think. Over the next couple of years, they'll both be gone. Whether Wheeler maybe retires in the next couple of years or gets traded. Scheifele, same way.
They need center depth. So I think this is the right pick for them. I was trying to weigh centers as options, after Conor Geekie. So that's who we both had Winnipeg taking.
Yeah, we both had him taking Geekie. I had him taking Geekie more because I thought it would be funny if the Winnipeg boy who plays for the Winnipeg Ice in WHL gets picked by Winnipeg. But that's why I had Geekie there. But
I also thought it would just be a great fit. He'd be a second line center. They do need the center depth. It was also, the team needs. So a little bit of both. Vancouver's on the clock. 2 minutes, 35 seconds they have.
Can you remember in the last 2 to 3 years in the draft, the guy criticized the guys criticized his feet were very slow. They ended up being super successful.
No, we're right about everybody.
Yes, we have never once been wrong.
Somebody that we've called.
We've only been covering the draft for a couple years on the channel. So I don't know if the people have borne fruit yet on that.
I don't think I can say off the top of my head. I specifically noted that, any player's foot speed is slow. I'm sure that we both have, but I just can't recall.
If you want to go even further back, as a Leafs fan, and this isn't like a top player or anything, but when the Leafs drafted Freddie Gauthier in the first round, I was like, this kid can't skate. He's 6'5", but he can't skate. He eventually figured out how to skate, and he was a decent third, fourth liner for the Leafs and for Arizona for a few years later. I think he bounced up between Arizona and Tucson, the AHL team this year. So that's from a Leafs perspective, but that was way before we even thought of this channel or anything like that happened. So don't know if that counts.
I can't really think of any that we were. I know I can say a few that we were wrong about, but not that whose foot speed, I criticized. Like, I can name the top Russian prospects who do have slow foot speed right now. Artem Verbosha, that's the only reason why he might not get drafted. Also the Russia factor, but, I can't name any that I said that.
No, we haven't been doing this for long enough. They're talking about is actually what he's doing training right now. He's working with a skating coach. We're not the only people to think about that. Back-to-back Canadian picks here, Winnipeg and Vancouver. They're walking up, so the pick is in. Was I right about Columbus? Yeah, you were. They took David Jiricek and Denton Matejchuk. So yeah, they're all in on defense. Good call.
We didn't see it coming.
No, I thought they would at least lay one forward. I thought one would be a defenseman, but they thought they'd split it, and they ended up with Matejchuk. They're like, oh, screw it.
I had two forwards. I said I was way off.
What I had them taking Minchukov, so I had them at least taking one.
The D. Yeah, the forward D.
Here's Vancouver's pick and a second.
In their pick now.
The Vancouver Canucks are proud to select from Sweden the SHL Djurgården Jonathan Lekkerimäki.
Jonathan Lekkerimäki going to Vancouver.
There you go. Lekkerimäki off the board.
This is a big pick. I like this one.
I like it for Vancouver.
Yeah. There's there are definitely a lot of options out there for them at this point, but Lekkerimäki is probably, with Kemmel, the best on the board right now. Maybe with Yurov, but of course the Russia factor.
Still high on our list, Kemmel and Lambert. Both still on the board. There's our last top 10 picks to go. I am so correct, as you can see.
This one is a crapshoot. I have a feeling that we're going to be more right in the second round.
Yeah?
Yeah, well, the way that players have reached and stuff, and just little weird ones, I feel like we're going to get like 5 or 6, maybe 8 right each in the second round. Just completely random.
Everyone's mock draft is right. Always.
Yeah.
Unless you're an actual NHL scout and you know
which player your team's selecting. Right?
Yeah. Unless you know what's happening.
Yeah.
I have Vancouver choosing Ivan. A little late, they took with Jonathan Lekkerimäki.
Sorry, Anthony.
I feel like, pick them.
Yeah, and I feel like, especially with the Russians, if you're a team with only one pick in the first round, why Ivan Miroshnichenko, why a guy like Danila Yurov, all these questions, you're like, okay, I'm going to take this a little bit of a safer pick. I kind of see why they'll drop, but who knows. But I also have Ivan Miroshnichenko going to Buffalo next, so...
Yeah, Buffalo on the board here, already taking... They took Matthew Savoie earlier in this draft. Another pick here. All right?
Yeah, it's dying.
He's dying over there. Oh, what a draft!
I'm gonna say Liam Ogren, and thinking the way this has gone, I might say Liam Ogren for
Liam
Buffalo.
Ogren, yeah, maybe. I kind of hope that he falls to Toronto.
Yeah,
I really want the Leafs to pick Liam Ogren. Probably other than the top picks. Where Toronto is in the 20s, that'd be my dream pick. Yeah. That's Lambert.
Yeah, like Shane Wright if everybody wants to.
Shane Wright or Lambert, other than the top 10, top guys.
So what you don't want your Slafkovsky.
Yeah, Ogren at 25. Woo. Philip Messar for Buffalo. That's your pick?
No, Liam Ogren.
No, Anthony.
Oh, oops. Yeah, Philip Massar. It'd be a good one. Buffalo can afford to, take a little bit of a risk on Massar. I think 16 is a little bit high for him, but at times he shows he can be, 10th overall. Sometimes he shows he can be like 20th overall. So anywhere in the teens, I think,
Yeah.
And they do have so many picks, Buffalo.
Yeah,
still,
Buffalo
so.
has the ability to take a flyer on a guy or two.
Or three.
Or three. They have a lot of picks. Teams like that, Arizona. Even they traded 3 picks today. They still have a lot of picks.
Yeah, right. And there's still an abundance.
I thought that guy's beard was
The
blue
mask.
or whatever,
Yeah.
but it was his mask because he had. I thought he colored his beard for a second.
Blue for Buffalo. He's a Buffalo fan.
Yeah, he's a
the
Buffalo
blue
fan.
mask.
I thought he colored his beard up.
Imagine driving to Montreal from Buffalo. Oh, damn.
Not that bad.
I wouldn't want to. Does he go like
Buffalo? You just go and fuck up the highway.
Still
like a 5, 6, 7 hour drive, something like that. Montreal.
Buffalo to Montreal.
Buffalo to Montreal. Not that far. Well, Buffalo isn't that much further than here.
Montreal, not like Ottawa. Like 10 hours, 9 hours.
Oh, Buffalo to Montreal.
I have no idea. How far did this one fan drive? 6.5 hours.
Yeah, I said 6, 7 hours. Yeah, it's easy. They have them going cut through the states.
Yeah, you don't go around Toronto yet. Half an hour.
You don't want to drive through Toronto, right. go through the border to get through Toronto.
What's worse, going through that border from Buffalo over west, or going through Toronto? Oof, the 401.
Doesn't Buffalo have these 3 first-round picks, but Florida traded their first round to Buffalo for Reinhart last year?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know about this one specifically.
They have 16. They have 9, 16, and 20 something.
This pick specifically was the first-round pick they got from the Eichel trade. That's this one.
Yeah, Florida traded their late first to Buffalo for Reinhart.
Florida's the 28th pick is the pick you're thinking of.
Yeah, Anthony. Yeah, he was right. Florida traded their late first to Buffalo for Reinhart, right?
Yeah. Sorry, I thought you were talking about this pick specifically. Yeah.
Oh, and we are to Buffalo at 16.
With the 16th pick, the Buffalo Sabres are proud to select from your garden in the Swedish Hockey League.
No way.
Noah.
Oh, that was tough.
Oh, you're so close.
50-50.
I heard Djurgården. I'm like, no way.
Right.
We're just talking. No.
Liam Ogren.
Awesome.
I had, and now they have Noah Ostlund, who I have ranked higher personally.
Really?
I know you don't like Noah Ostlund. He's the center. He's one of the best playmakers in the entire draft. It's incredible watching him play and set up the puck.
You have him here. I don't have. This is the one.
Yeah.
I have him in the second round.
Yeah, I really like Ostlund.
I had him at 37.
This is the first second round pick that went. This is the biggest reach so far.
For me, yeah.
For me, it was Cutter before. Cutter Gauthier, and now you for. Wow.
Oh, my mock drafts.
There's the reason why I had him going to Anaheim. Playmaking center, generates so much offense. His transition to the SHL, he didn't score as much as Noah, as Liam Ogren. He didn't score as much, but that's, I think, had to do maybe with the physicality around a pro men's league. I think the potential in Ostlund absolutely was there, and Buffalo saw it, and clearly they were willing to take a reach on a little bit because they have that 16th overall pick.
Toronto's playing Columbus, Detroit, Minnesota, or Pittsburgh. How long would it take you to drive to those cities if you couldn't get a flight? They're all drivable. All 4 of those places are drivable.
I wouldn't want to drive to Minnesota. That one's a little bit too
far.
I'd be like, that's...
It's a little bit, you gotta go out and then north. and the lakes are in the way, so you got to kind of go around. But Pittsburgh is like a 6-hour drive for me. That's not bad.
Same as Columbus is pretty straight, just went down the I-95 or something. Like
Detroit is right on the other side of Windsor. That's really easy. I thought about going to Pittsburgh, Nashville, a couple, maybe Columbus might have been one, right before the pandemic hit.
Yeah, right.
I was planning on maybe taking a couple trips down to some drivable games on like weekend or something to see a Pittsburgh Penguins game in Pittsburgh.
We were planning to go to Germany.
Yeah,
that was a little bit bigger of a plan that got ruined.
Yeah, but the Jim Gregory Award. All those places are drivable though, Anthony. For me, Buffalo's the closest. Buffalo's but it is an easier drive as a Leafs fan from where I am to go to a Leaf game in Buffalo than it is to go to a Leaf game in Toronto. Just getting into the city of Toronto is a nightmare.
It would almost be better to park in North York and transit in.
I always
park at Finch. Something.
I'll park normally if I was coming from the other way. It would be Yorkdale Mall.
Oh, right.
And then Yorkdale in, and then here I guess would be like Hamilton, Aldershot.
Yeah.
Aldershot generally goes right into Union Station. I never drive into Toronto. Refuse. Would it take you long to drive up to Boston or Buffalo? Buffalo is really easy. Like I said, is like an hour and a half. It's not that far at all. Boston's a little further. Boston, you got to kind of go across. Boston's like almost a 2-day trip. You could drive it in one day. I think Boston from where I am is like 12 hours, 11 hours, something like that.
Yeah, reaching like the American Northeast is a little bit further from Toronto than people realize.
Yeah, you got to kind of go across a few states to do that. So, Boston probably not. I probably wouldn't go to Boston as a Leafs fan anyway.
Yeah. I thought they named the Jim Gregory Award already.
I don't think they did.
I guess I don't remember. I thought it was like one of the NHL awards in like the late June when they were just doing it. I guess not, right?
We predicted this, right?
Yeah.
What did we say?
Don't remember.
You gotta watch our own video to remember what we said.
Yeah.
We predicted this on the channel. The Jim Gregory Award. I think I took John Waddell, Carolina's GM?
No, that's
Tree Living. That's Calgary's.
I was thinking Calgary's GM.
Brisebois.
I think I put New York.
Tampa.
Rangers. I do not remember.
I don't remember who I took.
We took Brisebois. I think we took Brisebois.
Chicago, a little bit further from Toronto compared to Detroit. Yeah, Detroit's pretty close to Toronto because you just go west and then you cross at Windsor because it's right there. Chicago and St. Paul, you got to kind of get into the States a little bit. It's a little bit more of the drive. But Detroit and Buffalo, as far as American teams, for Toronto away games for a Leafs fan, are the two closest cities to go to. 100%.
And Detroit's been connected to Toronto for over 240 years or something. In the late 1700s, the King's Provincial Highway number 1 started in Windsor, went through Toronto, and is what is now Lakeshore. Right against Lake Ontario. Continues into Quebec, goes all the way into Halifax. So you can drive from Windsor to Halifax, and it kind of connects parts of Canada to Detroit.
Joe Sakic with the Jim Gregory Award.
We did not predict that one right. Didn't even have him as a finalist, I don't think. But no, you know what? You win the cup.
You know what? Yeah, you win the cup. You win.
Yeah, that's
Jim Gregory
sure.
Award. Why not?
Made a good trades, to get Devon Taves.
You made some good moves.
Lettinen? No.
Imagine if you had teams in South Dakota and Montana. I would. I don't know how many fans you'd get out there, but what the demand would be for an NHL team in the the Midwest United States.
It's growing.
Growing a little bit. It'd be like having a Canadian. It'd be like having an NHL team in Saskatchewan.
Yeah.
It's like maybe.
Like, we do get a lot of players coming out of the West in the
I have
Prairies.
no idea.
I would absolutely love to see a Dakota team. It makes more sense to me than like a Carolina team. That they love, they have the cold weather in North Dakota. They have like that Canadian kind of climate. It takes 28 hours to drive to Montana.
Yeah, it would take to Toronto 28 hours. So that's a flight, unless you want to go on a road trip. Yeah, you're getting too far there, Anthony, for South Dakota, North Dakota, Montana. You get into the Midwestern United States, it's quite a long time.
I'll be right back.
Hey. How dare you sit down? From Kitchener? Kitchener, you could get from Kitchener to Toronto, and how far it is versus how many miles or how many kilometers is a different thing, because Toronto is a mess traffic-wise. Yeah, it'd be a couple hours. 100 kilometers. Is this American Canadian thing? Because Canadians, when you ask how far away something is, I've heard this from like a few American friends of mine. When you ask how far is Kitchener from Toronto, Canadians will respond in the amount of time that it takes to get there. And Americans will respond with the amount of distance it is. How many miles, how many kilometers, yada, yada, yada. So I'm curious. When I say, something is 28 hours away, is that like, what is he talking about? Yurov to Nashville? Be a good pick. Friend of mine is moving to Toronto because of the military, and he's a big hockey fan, minor league hockey, and a big fan of Kitchener and Moose Jaw. If he likes minor hockey and he wants to get into the junior level, the kids, these age players, there are tons of Canadian junior, the OHL, the Ontario Hockey League. There are tons of teams, especially in the Kitchener area. The Kitchener Rangers, like they have a Kitchener OHL team. Guelph Storm, the London Knights, the what else is drivable? Erie Otters, Niagara,
Mississauga Steelhead, Barrie Colts,
Mississauga, and then on the other side of Toronto, you got Ottawa, Oshawa, and Peterborough. There are tons of it's Canada. There's tons of minor league hockey and junior hockey in Canada. And if you wanted to go into the NHL or AHL, you got to go into Toronto for that. But Buffalo would be his best bet as far as ease of easily getting to games. Toronto to Buffalo is the best. Jeunesse was Yurov to Nashville. What do you think? Not what happened, but
they could use a winger that generates so much offense consistently. His north-south game. I think he'd be a great fit. I have no problem with that pick at all. Personally, I have Yurov ranked in my top 10 personally, so I don't think there are a lot of wrong answers to where Yurov could go. Nashville, a guy like Forsberg could use a playmaking guy like him, so it's not just all Forsberg or something. And their team, we saw them get smacked up by Colorado. They do need more up and down the roster. I think he'd be a good fit. I don't know if they take him, but
they do have a history of Russians with Svechkov and Askarov.
Yeah, the past 2 years,
their first pick has been Russian. So you're right a lot of that. Very possible they keep that streak going.
And out of Russia too, not just ones playing in the OHL like Pavel Mintyukov, but Russians playing in Russia. So Askarov I thought was pretty set at 11 or
Yeah, I think we both we were correct in our mock draft when we took Askarov to Nashville, which was obviously hard to do.
Yeah, it's kind of like Logan Cooley to Arizona. I think we all knew that Askarov was going to.
Nashville's pick is in.
Might as well.
17.
Yeah. Right? Or waiting for us to make a statement. Fyodor Svechkov, though, last year, that was a stretch.
That was a little.
We'd like to say hello to our great fans in Nashville watching from Fort Ice
Craig
tonight. With our first choice, Nashville Predators select from JYP in Finland, Joakim Kemmel.
Kemmel finally goes.
About time.
Yeah,
Damn.
honestly. Joakim. 2 L's.
Yes, 1 M, 2 L's.
We both had him really high. You had him at 7, and I had him at 9. So
yeah, I had him going to Ottawa. You had him going to Buffalo.
Brad Lambert, man. This last one. Yurov, Miroshnichenko for you. Howard for me.
Yeah, we're reaching the 20 to 40s kind of range.
Do you know how in other sports like the NBA can buy into the second round if you don't have a second round pick? You cannot. Cannot do that in the NHL.
No amount of money in the NHL gets you much other than like contract bonuses.
I like the way the MLB does draft picks. I don't know if you could do it in the NHL because there's so many in the MLB's draft. But if you lose a big free agent and they're signed to a qualifying offer, you get a compensation pick, and I think it's in between the first and second round is a compensation round that they do.
Compensatory.
That's the word.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was stumbling on compensatory. They have a compensatory round where all the guys, if John Tavares signed in Toronto, then the Islanders will get a pick that happens in between the first and second round. I like that idea.
Yeah, they actually do have that. Something kind of similar here in the NHL, where if you draft in the first round and you don't sign that player, then you're given a compensatory pick in the second round. That's what happened to Minnesota. They, in 2018, selected Johansson.
I can look it up.
Yeah, thank you. In 2018 at 24th, Philip Johansson, and then they didn't sign him. SHL went over to Frölunda, had a really great postseason, got signed by Vancouver immediately because he's really good. And so Minnesota gets, where they had picked 24th in the first round, they get the 24th pick in the second round in 2022 now as compensation for not signing Philip Johansson, which is hilarious because they are picking at 24 in this draft too. So they get,
So it did work out.
Right? They ended up, their second round pick with the 24th is 56. They traded that to Chicago and then got it back. So they got the pick that they traded. They ended up getting it back. I think it's really hilarious. I don't think this ever happened where a team who got a compensatory pick also picked the same selection in the round that they did, in the year that they did.
Dallas drafted on the North Americans the last 3 years. Yes. One of the biggest steals of last year's draft, and I was screaming last year. You can check the live stream out from that. Logan Stankoven. I loved Logan Stankoven, and I had him in my first round, and he went 47th all the way and 47th to Dallas, and now everyone's like, wow, he should have been in the first round.
Mm-hmm. And then they made Artem Grushnikov. He's a Russian who spent the entire season in the OHL, but the OHL didn't play. So he didn't play at all in his draft year and was definitely overrated. I would not have. Oh my god, that was really bad. Really bad draft pick.
Dallas on the clock here anyway. They haven't made their pick yet, so maybe they're messing around with it.
Yeah.
Just as I say that, the pick is in.
The pick is in.
Alex, in the MLB draft, round between first and second is not compensatory; it's competitive. We're not spending. I thought it was a I know there is a compensation round in the MLB, isn't there? I know they do have a competitive balance round as well. Unless that's just what they call it, the competitive balance round. Yeah, okay. It's just, okay. After the first round is a competitive, and then after the second, it's the compensatory one, round B. So it's between 2 and 3. I just Googled it.
Yeah,
yeah, there you go. Okay, yeah. All right, good. We're on the same page.
Yeah.
There's extra picks is what we're talking about in the MLB, and I think that'd be a good idea. If you're gonna introduce something in the NHL like that, like you said before, that could be a good idea.
And I like the idea of like the first round compensatory pick in the second. Maybe if your second round pick doesn't get it, then you get one in the third, and then one in the third for the fourth. Like it can continue.
Yeah, it can just go back to. I don't know. It'd be helpful to the teams that lose big free agents.
It doesn't happen often enough for I think the NHL to do anything about it.
Yeah, it's true. There's a lot more movement in other leagues than there is in the NHL. The NHL is very, you're very loyal to your team and your fan base in the NHL a lot of the time. So very rare. The reason why we're all crazy about John Tavares moving is because it was kind of unheard of.
Mm-hmm. Like a captain, number one center, saying I will come back next year and then didn't. Like that doesn't happen in the NHL.
Stars made the pick.
Not that I think burning jerseys was a good idea, but it was just crazy.
We'd like to thank Jeff Molson, the Montreal Canadiens, and the wonderful city of
He's from
Montreal.
Dallas.
Oh, that's a suit.
That is a suit.
That's a suit.
Also a shout out
But he
to
doesn't have
our
the,
official
the
draft watch party in Dallas. At the
wear a
Owners'
cowboy
Box.
hat. String tie.
The Dallas Stars are pleased to select from Lexand, Lian Bixel.
Hey.
Ooh.
Excel goes. Cool.
Liam Bichel.
Liam
Bichel?
Bichel.
The first Swiss player taken in this draft goes 18th
You had them
overall to
taking
the Dallas
defenseman Kevin
Stars.
Korchinski.
I did.
They were, you're half right. You did the thing right. Clicked on the wrong window.
Big shot. Nope. Big.
Lian or Liam?
That was Lian. I don't know anymore.
Liam with an M.
Nope, Lian.
Oh, I'm thinking of Ogren.
Yeah, you're thinking of Lian Ogren.
Yeah.
I'm not crazy.
Yeah, you're a
CHS.
a Lexans fan.
Yeah.
Right? Liam Bichel from Lexans.
I
thought.
in the wrong place.
Oh, right, Bichel, yeah. I think he transitioned really, really, really well to the pro league. I
thought he was pretty good. Yeah.
Like you kind of worry about, defensemen and stuff. How are they going to, when they get to the adult? They're playing against men. They're only teenagers. But Bichel, he is a bigger guy, but he was also able to compete against the men pretty well. I think it's a pretty good pick. He's a solid defenseman.
Yeah, over Lambert or Yurov. Ooh.
Yeah, but that's Yurov to Washington. That's
Washington's gonna pick one of these Russians.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's gonna be Yurov because Ivan Miroshnichenko sits on the left wing and he's too much like Ovechkin. And I think if they want whoever they pick to play, they're gonna go for Yurov.
Yeah.
Watch him take Gleb.
Watch him take Gleb. Gleb goes first. Competitive balance round could work in the NHL. That could force teams to compete so they don't purposely lose to get the top pick. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough to... The way the league's set up now is... It's better to tank. So anything to stop teams from just throwing in the towel for a year and getting a high pick, I think would be better for the league overall.
That's what the draft lottery's for too. I do
Helps
like,
a little bit.
you know, it this year it was kind of whatever. Montreal got the one, you know, but like I think it does help kind of create that you can tank, but you might just get like 5th or 6th overall, and you know, like your tank might not work. So
LA choosing Jaeger, Washington choosing Flip, Anaheim, Pittsburgh choosing
Gleb. All right, those are good. I really like Jagger Firkus.
Jaeger Firkus, Massar, Gleb. The Gleb, the man, the myth, the Gleb. Good picks.
WWGTD. What would Gleb Traikosov do?
Oh no. Wild choice. I think it's LA, right? Oh,
Yeah.
it is the Wild. Wait a minute. Something happened?
Brock Faber. This just happened.
Oh, it happened before. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah. Yes, we haven't updated our.
Yeah.
We're like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Sorry, Minnesota.
This is the first real trade impacting this draft since the trade deadline. Really, I don't think any of the picks have been traded.
Yeah, this was the Brock Faber.
Yeah, this is the
Kevin
first
Fiala
trade,
trade.
the first like real trade involving the draft pick in the first round since the trade deadline.
Thank you, sir. Pointed that out.
Yeah,
Fix
appreciate
our
it.
list. I think a committed bounce route can work in the NHL because it would force teams. Yeah, just they don't purposely lose. It would, help with tanking a little bit. I think that would help. All right, Minnesota then.
I think
That's the North Stars,
you
right?
you said you don't stick with the pick, right? I think we were thinking about like I like Liam Ogren to Minnesota. I had them to LA because I thought it was an LA pick, and then I saw Minnesota. I'm like, you know what? Okay, I'll stick with Liam Ogren.
Minnesota. I don't know. Sorry to Minnesota.
Yeah, it's a little bit different.
It works.
than LA.
Yeah, it's a little different. I thought LA would be better fit for him.
Mhm.
I don't know if I would have it the same way now. We did this mock draft before that trade, so I don't know. Minnesota Wild last year getting Wallstedt Lambos. Great draft.
Yeah,
Jack
amazing
Peart
draft.
as well.
I talk so much shit on Minnesota. I have been really hard on them as an organization. I don't like many of the choices they've made, but the past 2 years they have drafted so well that I have to give them the credit that I like them now. So
Yeah, Minnesota taking Pickering.
ooh,
Good pick as well.
you don't want that to no drop to Toronto.
I have the Leafs picking Pickering. I don't know what you're saying there, Janess.
Mind going back to the okay, yeah. Oh, he's the Wild head of amateur scouting. Yes, absolutely. Yes, Judd Brackett is a genius. He's director of amateur scouting for the Minnesota Wild.
Yep.
You know what? He is going to be the future assistant GM.
Congratulations to Joe Sakic and the Colorado
Minnesota
Avalanche.
kicking.
And our deepest condolences to the San Jose Sharks and the Marchment family. And with our first pick, we'd like to pick from your garden, Liam Ogren.
Haha! I had a good feeling. I had a good feeling that Liam Ogren at 19.
Man,
I don't know what it was.
Liam
I don't
Ogren.
know. I know. I'm so sorry that you don't get Liam Ogren. You're not gonna get.
Damn it.
On Ogren.
Captain of Team Sweden.
No, Pickering's gonna go 24.
Germany came into the
Dubas will
tournament
trade down.
suffering from a high ankle sprain.
and fought through
Give me
it.
my
What
green.
you just saw there is his tenacity
Give me your
and his willingness to go that extra little bit
Yes.
to win a puck
Wait.
battle and to score a key
You
goal.
take him
Here
off,
he's coming off the rush, chip
there,
out of
right?
his zone,
You're not-
quick give and
sorry.
go to the net,
Oh,
boom, let's
yeah.
put
Sorry.
the puck behind the U.S. goaltender.
Just sad.
Stick skill, 200-foot game, big body, has shown he can elevate. in
Still
the
available.
this time of year,
Brad
late in
Lambert,
injury. I love his
Danila
character.
Yurov, Ivan Miroshnichenko. So far, the Russia factor seems to be playing involved a little bit at least. Pavel Mintyukov, of course, played in the OHL. I think he's going to obviously avoided the Russia factor a little bit, playing in Canada already. It's easy to get him over, but Danila Yurov, I think, absolutely, if he passes Washington at 20, I think
said that there's going to be some volatility going into this draft class, and again, we talk about no discernible ledges. Means, hey, there are guys that some teams have extremely high on their list.
Minnesota's second round pick. I have them choosing one pick ring. You have to go back to back forwards. You see that.
So,
they're second, at 24. Now that they've picked Liam Ogren, absolutely I do. I think that Owen Pickering would be a really good pair.
It's pretty cool. There's a little bit of background
Spurgeon,
surrounding
if Spurgeon's on a really contract, captain, they're going to keep him around, be a good guy to play together one day. He's playing armchair GM here. I definitely think he'd be a good fit, even if he doesn't.
He's a good friend of mine. Coached in the NHL for a long time. He coached this.
I had, of course, Minnesota wasn't in the first round. So I had them selecting for McGordy, who, center wing, he kind of played there. So I had them taking the forward. I don't know now. I'm taking a deep.
Scout just probably knocking his head against the wall. We are too. We have, where are we at? At 8. We had him 8th in Detroit, and I probably have him ranked higher. Yeah, Scout has him at 3. Yeah. Woo.
That's just. I bet he
I mean,
is.
yeah. I bet you he is. I'm not obviously
we're not watching
streaming right now,
yeah.
but and it's Toronto's getting closer and closer, and
Coat.
honestly,
Uh-oh.
Washington takes the Russian here, though, right?
It has to be Danila Yurov. This is for me. This is happening.
I had him. I have him taking Miroshnichenko. So maybe.
I'm looking at Philip Mazar now, and I'm like, such a good pick.
You think you can go back to back?
Anthony, I think that if they're gonna develop a replacement for Ovechkin, it's gonna be Ivan Miroshnichenko, who literally is just an identical Alexander Ovechkin.
He's good.
As far as skill, Ovi is definitely a little bit better, but away from the puck and the mental maturity in the game, I scout Russian system. I've been watching Ivan Miroshnichenko play for a while now. Thank you. And and I don't remember where I was going. I think that he just mentally is more developed than Ovechkin was in his draft year at this point, and that I think that. Playing up in the VHL and KHL, actually he didn't get any KHL time, just in the VHL, and not being able to make his game work forced him to be better away from the puck. So instead of just like that lazy one-dimensional scoring from the, Ovechkin's office kind of guy, he became like a full, complete player playing in the VHL. And so even despite, the diagnosis, I think he played really well to even increase his draft stock a little. I'd hate to see Gleb go over Miroshnichenko. I would hate that so much. I would
be so happy.
I am
just to see you squirm a little bit and cry if Gleb Tregazov was picked over Danila Yurov. Second Ovechkin, like Yager, second Lemieux.
Yeah.
Yep. Definitely possible.
And I'm already prepared for Alexander Perevalov to fall after Gleb. But I'm not prepared for Yurov and Miroshnichenko to fall.
The Gleb, bring the Gleb. Disagree for me, I don't see Ovechkin with Ivan. I see more of Malkin.
Not with him, to replace him, I meant. If you're going to get rid of Ovechkin, Miroshnichenko takes that first-line left wing spot. play with, I'd want Yurov to play with Ovechkin. I'd love to see.
From Omsk, Russia, Ivan
Miroshnichenko.
Ivan Miroshnichenko! I got one right!
Omsky.
Well, we talked.
Oh my God, it's been so long.
That didn't seem to scare off the Washington Capitals, who of course have a captain in Alexander Ovechkin.
He's there.
Oh, he is there.
Oh my God, he's there. This is beautiful. This is amazing. I didn't think he'd be here. This makes me so happy.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I'm gonna cry. Nope. SH. That's German. Miroshnichenko. There, you got it.
Nichenko.
Yep. Finally.
Hit me with the green.
Finally. Nice. 16.
Look at that.
Amazing. Nice. Good job. High five.
Yeah, second one.
Aha. It had to be either Yurov or Miroshnichenko, right?
I for sure it was a Russian.
Yeah.
Sure. What I'm saying, I don't see been playing style as comparable to Ovechkin. I see him comparable more to Malkin.
Oh.
Is what he's saying.
In Miroshnichenko. Interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, I can see why. I think Malkin has an underrated shot, but just as a winger,
Yeah, I guess the winger is more comparable.
That's why, because if Miroshnichenko played center, absolutely, I'd say yes. A very skilled, offensively dynamic kind of for a center, but just because he plays on the wing, and if you watch my scouting report on him, he scores that one-time goal the way Ovechkin does. I almost put them side by side on videos scoring just to show that's Ovi's office. They're about to show Miroshnichenko scoring some goals. We're gonna watch ourselves. Ugh, amazing passes.
He's a good player, and he
this wrist shot. Oh my God.
This is gonna be a steal. Yeah.
Fuck.
Oh.
Ivan Miroshnichenko, when we look back and do our redraft, should have been a top 5 pick. I'm just gonna say it. And he has been recognized for years as the next big, Russian scorer, the next generational talent out of Russia, and yeah.
He has freaking Hodgkin's lymphoma, so
yeah. He has
cancer.
Yeah.
And that's why he dropped. Mm-hmm. So leaving that, hanging that against him or whatever as a knock to have him drop in the draft, that's insane. Yeah. And I agree with you 100%. In 10 years, it's going to be how the hell did he go 20?
The Warhammer. I like that.
Going over to the Washington bench now. And everybody. Mm-hmm. Wonder if Ovi's there.
Yeah, I wonder.
Sometimes the star players show up.
Right? Yeah. I don't think so. Yeah. I think he would have stood up pretty early.
Look at Ivan's wrist shots. Crazy. I see a lot of Ilya Kovalchuk. Yeah, the kind of quick release. It's not a Ovechkin shot. It's not, Ovechkin has this heavy cannon of a shot. I agree. It's a lot more like an Ilya Kovalchuk. It's a lot quicker.
Yeah, he has the ability to move the puck very well in small spaces, and you're one-on-one with a defender, he can get that puck between your legs or something and make a defender just kind of break his ankles or something, make him look dumb. God, I'm so happy to see Ivan Miroshnichenko go. That just warms.
Before Danila Yurov.
I mean,
a little surprising there.
Yeah, it's the Russia factor, I think, that's it. Yeah. Yurov, talent-wise, is absolutely, should have been, some consideration in the top 10. How this has gone, maybe top 15, I don't know. But, it's the Russia factor. He would have gone to a team like Vancouver, I feel like, if it wasn't due to the invasion of Ukraine and the potential of, Russian forwards, Russian skaters now not being able to come over to North America, being detained, and just like the Ilya Fedotov situation. So, maybe Ovechkin's a guy that can help Russian skaters coming over. I think that a team with a lot of Russian talent, would be good for a guy like Yurov, for instance, to help him transition.
Here comes Ronnie Hextall. You always see in the NBA, even if the player is drafted by a team in the first round, they can trade the rights to the player. Can you do that?
Yes.
Yeah. Pretty sure you can.
Which is part of when we talk about Minnesota not signing Philip Johansson and getting a compensatory second round pick. They had the option to trade his rights. And I'm not sure if maybe teams were like, oh, I'm not going to do that because, I'll just wait for him in free agency, or maybe the asking price was too high and they said, okay, we can get a second for him, but I don't know.
Yeah, we all wish him a speedy recovery there, Shay. Be really good to see him in the NHL one day. Ron Hextall, Pittsburgh Penguins.
To announce our first pick, 3-time Stanley Cup champion and Montreal native, Chris Letang.
Hey,
Chris
who just
Letang is
signed
here.
a 6-year, $6.1 million contract.
Board in Montreal, obviously.
We talked about star players being here. He's the first one we've seen.
Bonsoir Montréal. Merci beaucoup pour l'hospitalité. Les Penguins de Pittsburgh sont fiers de repêcher. The Pittsburgh Penguins are proud to select Owen Pickering.
Oh, this is a really good pick. I have them selecting Tristan Luneau. It was a reach for me. I'd personally rank Owen Pickering higher. I just thought Tristan Luneau, because Tristan Luneau's QMJHL team, Pittsburgh has another prospect from Drummondville. I believe it's Drummondville that Luneau was picked from. So I had them picking Luneau, but man, that's such a good pick. Good for them.
You were so close on that one.
Yep.
Manny Viveros was the head coach and the general manager at that
There
time.
goes my Leafs pick.
It worked. They won the championship. They did.
Not mine.
Get it done in
Yeah,
the
your
Memorial
Ferg.
Cup. But
What do you
that
think?
took its
I like
toll.
Jager.
Yeah.
And if I had a general manager or a head coach change,
I wouldn't be
this,
mad if
Chad
it ended
Leslie
up
has
with
come in
Fergus.
there, and this guy has done unbelievable things. This 2004 born age group for the Swift Current Broncos. This is not the last we're going to hear of this group here tonight. Owen Pickering,
Another good defenseman. A lot of good defensemen in
Davis,
this.
you got Matthew Ward. There's a whole
Massard
bunch
Anaheim.
most likely on day
Be a
2.
good fit. They do
This
I think
guy
that'd be a
is
good
the
center
centerpiece
depth.
of it all. And it's interesting, in this Bantam draft year, guy's 5'9".
Anaheim is so.
Now,
Yeah, and they've drafted a lot of wingers, I feel like. The past few years, they could definitely, a guy like Ryan Getzlaf who's out.
Carolyn in the pre-show interviewing Pickering, Geekie,
And
and
Zegras. I think, though. I think a center would another, like a third line center. Middle six kind of guy.
Yeah, if they have Zegras
all here in Montreal representing Team
McTavish,
Manitoba
and as their top two centers.
National
I think Massard, I have him as more of a winger.
Imagine
He's
then
center, but
that
I
all
definitely
three
peg
would
him
be
as
back
a
in the
winger.
same city.
He could
Years later,
easily slide
all
up.
selected in the first
Sasha
round
Pashajov
of the
still
National
there.
Hockey League entry draft.
Sam
It's
Colangelo
really a great
doesn't
story,
get enough.
right? We're 21 picks in. We have 5 picks from the
Talk about him.
WHL, the Western Hockey League. We have 5 picks from Sweden. That's leading.
I feel they
the
had
parade
Isaac. Did they
so
still have
far to
Isaac
the podium.
Lundestrom? Or did they trade?
Carolyn and I met him last night.
No,
at
they
the
have him,
function.
yeah.
It was a great story. He said, "Is that the combine?"
They had some
And I'm
players.
thinking about my weight.
I have Isaac Howard going to
Slight frame.
Toronto in my
I'm
draft.
so single as eyes are
That's
skinny
a.
fi-
I don't
single
mind
file,
Isaac
but he's-
Howard. I just don't
he's
know
sitting
if
there and
that
he's saying, "I'm
to me
pounding water
feels like
left,
a
right, and
Kyle
center, like
Dubas
3
pick.
liters. Like I gotta go to the washroom. I throw
Kyle
my phone
Dubas
in my
drafts
pocket
in a
before I
really
get on the
specific
scale.
way.
He hits 180. He hopped off that scale in a hurry.
I don't know if Isaac Howard fits that,
just to get to
but
that
it's a
180
good pick.
mark.
I don't
So
mind
really
Isaac.
cool how
I
this
have him.
guy
I had him
knows
going to
what he's gotta
Nashville.
do. He's gotta eat. He's gotta put
I
on
just
some
don't
weight.
think he's good
He'll
enough.
get more strength, but
Yeah.
I can guarantee this.
And sometimes, you want to balance the mock draft rankings, who the team's gonna take, but I also want to believe that I'm a good scout, and that what I see in a player, another team will also see, and despite the rankings, are just gonna let him fall to the thing. And I think Isaac Howard, I am not huge on him. I think I have him at 33, first in the second round. Just not good enough, in my opinion, to be a first round pick. I don't think at any point, except maybe in the middle of the season, I saw him maybe, but other than after, he kind of dropped off for me. And I thought
He had
even
a
at the
really good U18.
yeah,
He had a really, really good U18.
so he was on the line with Nazar and
Saying he fed off his line mates. So he was in Rudy.
no, it was the left winger's a 2023 draft pick, but Nazar was a center, and I think it was a good. They play together. They already have the chemistry, and they were already line mates going into the competition. I think a little bit of it was like, okay, they look good because they always look good together, and maybe I don't put too much on one competition. Right?
Where was Anaheim's pick earlier? In Chicago.
Pavel Mintyukov, I got that one correct.
They did get the defenseman that they wanted there. We're coming to the end of the draft here. We're getting there.
Yeah.
A little bit longer.
Probably another hour.
Yeah, another hour would be a good number. You're winning so far?
Yeah, that's
as far as, as much as you can win a mock draft.
Yeah, no, the Ottawa Senators really won this one. They haven't even made a pick yet.
Yeah, the Ottawa Senators win the day.
Mm-hmm.
I think Chicago is.
Oh yeah, Chicago's
a good moves too. I mean,
considering what they gave up, you're holding your breath as a Chicago fan, thinking, okay, what we get now is important. I think they got pretty good pieces.
They got some good pieces for what they traded away. What they pick obviously remains to be seen. So. Yeah, Owen Pickering, tall player, good defenseman. Pittsburgh needs like defense prospects. If I can remember their draft pool off the top of my head, I don't think they have a whole lot of big defensive prospects in their system.
Is Olimata still there?
No. Took 2 goalies in 2020.
Kale Klang and Joel Blomqvist. Yeah, they haven't selected
Cale Addison, but they traded him.
Yeah, they haven't selected a D in the first round since.
Yeah, with the Gouch trade. Yeah, they don't have a highly touted defensive prospect. So Pickering is.
And keep going back. See the last time they selected a D in the first round.
Cale Addison.
First round. Second round. Derek Pouliot and Olimata in 2012. It's been 10 years since Pittsburgh has drafted a defenseman in the first round. It was overdue.
They've had 2 picks in the first round since 2012. Like they always pick their first. They always trade it.
Yeah, they haven't had any. Yeah, they are a team that suffered from part of the reason why they haven't been able to get those defensive prospects. Yeah, they've been trading their first overalls for guys like Derek Brassard. Or
what's going on with the highlighting? We have green for things that we got right, and yellow for guys who are off the board that we got wrong. Instead of red, because red is kind of hard to read. Mason McTavish is here.
The Anaheim Ducks are proud to select Nathan Gauthier from the Quebec Hockey League.
Hey, there goes Gauthier. Stole him from Montreal.
There's booing.
Booing?
Booing.
Because
they
it's
wanted
in
him in Montreal. They wanted the QMJHL kid.
Huh. I love this kid.
I know. It was hard for me to almost put him down to Montreal,
What's the scouting report here on Nathan Gauthier?
He's one of those players who's reliable in all situations. He's a guy that's not going to be a massive point producer, but a guy you need on your team to be able to play in all situations. He had 5 shorthanded goals this year.
Between Jaeger and Massar, you mean Jaeger Fergus, right?
Yeah.
Defensively responsible.
I think Fergus has more upside. Massar makes me a little nervous because there's a lot of players like him in the last, 10 years that were really good and highly touted, but just didn't really translate the game to the NHL. It's tough to play him. He seems like makes me a little nervous in that sense, but he still has some decent upside. So he'll go in the first round. I'd be shocked if he slipped. 14th consecutive North American pick
for Anaheim. Wow. That's insane. That's no rush.
They know where they want to. Draft. Between Jaeger and. You had him. We go back in the comment section. You had Pickering, but he's off the board, so. What do we have? Add Snuggerud.
Jimmy.
Might be have Snuggerud here.
I feel like a guy like Massar might go over him, but yeah, he's an option if they're interested.
Brad Lambert still hasn't been picked.
Second round. He's getting the Atu Ratu.
25.
What about I guess no, they only have the one pick in the first 2-3 rounds, right? Toronto didn't have another.
They have St. Louis's third.
Oh, okay.
Or something.
Lambert's not falling to third.
No.
That third round. Early second, I feel like he's gonna go in like the 41, 42, 37 kind of range. Nathan Gaucher's nickname? Lefty.
Lefty. What a creative name.
Childhood team? Montreal Canadiens. I have a few, I'm sure he's happy.
Yeah, I mean, he's French Canadian. So.
Right. I'm sure he's, really happy to be here in Anaheim and get picked in NHL, but,
he was close to going to Montreal. I
yeah.
almost can guarantee Montreal would have picked him.
Yeah.
They have so many picks, they would have taken a guy like this. Edmonton choosing Lambert.
Ooh. Okay.
29.
Be a good pick, too.
Be a good fit for Lambert, I think. I hope he slips to Toronto, I'm not gonna lie. But Edmonton be a good fit for Lambert, I think, as well. High skill. A lot of guys there you can learn from. Good system in Edmonton.
And, a variety of roster, roles he could play.
Yeah.
You want to put him on the wing
lot
for
of
shits?
versatility.
Do it. You want to put him as a second-line center, third-line center? You have a lot of options.
Yeah, if he ends up being a really good centerman, you can move Draisaitl permanently to the wing.
Right,
with McDavid, instead of having them flip back and forth, and spreads out the lineup for Edmonton a little bit. So yeah, I like that. Hopefully he doesn't get to Edmonton because Toronto picks him. But St. Louis for now. We have 2 picks until the Leafs pick. I'm going to jump away for a second before the Leafs pick here. I'm back.
Gleb to the Maple Leafs? Oh, he'd be a good... If they ever plan on trading a guy like William Nylander and getting him out, Gleb's a guy, second-line center behind Marner. I think that, he'd be a fit. I don't know if he's the pick that they choose, but maybe. St. Louis's pick is in. They are not up to the podium just yet. St. Louis, 23, before they make this pick. It is in. It's confirmed, so get your predictions in down below. It's a good pick for Pittsburgh. A good pick for Anaheim. Past 2, I think, have been really good.
Wow, hello.
Hello, welcome back.
On Jordan, have you seen anything?
Nope.
Lamoureux.
I could see Lamoureux going to Montreal in the second round. I think at 64, 62? 62, I think they're picking. I have Montreal in my mock draft selecting Maverick Lamoureux. Big QMJHL. I think we talked about it. The Habs haven't drafted in the first round out of the QMJHL in 25 years.
A long time.
Yeah, it's been like 25 years. It's 1997 or something or whatever. The last time that they did.
To select Jimmy Snuggerud.
Hey,
Snuggerud, nice. Little Jimmy
action.
Oh, you're heating
Jimmy
up, Ryan.
Snuggerud. Nope.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah. Jimothy.
Good old Jimothy Snuggerud.
He was, he was another guy that fell for me.
So Ostland and Snuggerud, between the two of us, were in our second round that snuck into our first. Otherwise, we've been pretty good so far.
Yeah, getting the whole first round in the first round, that's pretty impressive.
As far as higher picks that haven't been picked, Lambert still on the board, Yurov still on the board. Isaac Howard, for me, I just felt like Nashville was going to take him. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have had him in the first round. Massar, Tristan Leno for you.
That was just a reach. I thought it was more for the team rather than the actual ranking. So
at this part of the mock draft, you're picking based on vibes and not necessarily, any logic whatsoever. Because at this point, all bets are off.
Yuri Kulik, I like Yuri Kulik sometimes. Sometimes he's shown to just kind of be like a third, fourth round pick to me. So I'm not
against that.
Yeah, he's a little bit lower on my rankings personally. So I wouldn't ever have him mocked that high.
Lambert to Minnesota, Anthony. I'll take Gleb, because I took Gleb in my mock draft, so Gleb. The man, the myth, the Gleb.
We both have Gleb going to Minnesota. I have him in the second round.
A round apart.
Yeah, I think the Russia factor, he has, like, there's no way they're going to get, like, Yurov and Gleb in the first round here.
What if Yurov slips in the second round?
That would be incredible. When Montreal drafts him at 33, it'll be a steal.
Back on the clock, Alex.
Yep.
Good bracket. I think Lambert 2 to Minnesota. If Minnesota snipes Toronto with Brad Lambert, I'm leaving. Oh, Kyle's on the phone.
It's like, Lambert's still available. Lambert is still available. Lambert is still available.
Maybe he's talking to the Minnesota GM.
I want Brad. Who are you taking?
Who are you taking with this pick?
Commercial break. NHL needs to make their money from the advertisers, of course. We can't have teams making their selections too quick. If we got this all done in 2 hours, where would the ad revenue come from? Give teams a minute.
Give them a minute.
Give them 60
seconds. If we don't pick, we're moving on.
Right.
Forfeited.
Right? Where, yeah, you don't get a pick. I think the CHL import draft, teams will very often just skip. I think either due to, like, you're only allowed to have a certain amount of foreign players on your team, so they'll opt not to have one imported because they're like, oh, we're set for the next year or whatever. Because in the draft, like, nope, you're just picks 22 through 35, nobody picks. The import draft is kind of funny.
Import draft.
Mm-hmm. That's a lot
of checks this year.
Yeah, and has a lot more to do with contracts and stuff, right? Like, not who's best or whatever.
I think the Leafs getting either Brad Lambert or Danila Yurov. I think that's pretty good. I don't know if Danila Yurov quite fits, but
you think Gleb would be moved to the center? There's a lot more responsibility demanded of a center. Gleb is not capable of the responsibility and just even at in the MHL, he absolutely thrived. But when you watch his VHL games, it's just the level of competition is way too advanced for him. His decision making, the mistakes he makes, it keeps him back. And I can't see him being a center at the NHL level. Very, very skilled top 6 winger, but I don't know about a center.
Wild's pick is in, so I'm so nervous for this pick.
I mean, they're not going to take, when they don't take Brad Lambert at 25, right? If they go on and they move and they take somebody else and they reach down.
So upset.
You think if they were going to trade it, they would have made the move by now for Toronto?
If they were going to trade up?
Trade down.
Oh, trade down?
Yeah, to
Not
split
always.
into 2 seconds.
No, not always.
they're waiting
When
for the
Dubas-
team to know. Like,
yeah, when Dubas traded down with both Sandin and the 2 seconds from Ottawa, I think it was like right at the last second.
It was pretty late. It was pretty close.
It might not have been like as they're walking
Yeah.
up or anything, but like the pick or two before they were.
The 24th selection, the Minnesota Wild, they're proud to select from Magnitogorsk of the KHL, Danila
Yurov.
Hey, Danila Yurov.
Jason,
Yes, I did not see that coming at all. To Minnesota, I did not see that at all. Danila Yurov plays both wings. We're doing daily Yurov.
I missed the end.
He's listed as a right winger.
It's not how you spell
Oh, you got it. Yeah, you got it. 100%. It's Danila.
it. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
And he can play left wing. He can move the puck up and down, north south so well. I have a feeling he's going to play with Kirill Kaprizov. This is, the Russia factor. Something maybe getting him over. They're going to have 2 Russians on their top line, Yurov and yeah, it's going to be great.
All right, Doobie.
Yep. Perfect time. Those of you following along, go on our channel, check. We have a scouting report for Danila Yurov. Go check out. You can go see him play. If you're a Minnesota fan, awesome. If you're just a fan of the game, you want to see this kid play, got a scouting report for you.
Yeah, Wallstedt and Yurov. He's had a couple guys fall to him, and he's looked real good. Still seeing Isaac Howard at Toronto. Dubas is going to surprise you with this pick.
What is going to happen? I like that. I really like that, Janice Daniel.
Please.
I really like that.
Come on, Dubas. Give me Brad Lambert, baby.
Anthony said that. Daniela. Yeah, I feel like with the Marco Rossi pick, that one kind of fell into their pocket. I don't think Minnesota knew that they were going to take Marco Rossi when they were at 8th, 9th.
Oh, trade to announce.
Oh. Yeah, I had a feeling.
They got rid of Mrazek. Hey.
Dump Mrazek, move down.
Zarek.
So officially the trade.
Hey!
The Leafs trade their 25th overall, which is the next pick, to Chicago, along with Peter Mrazek, full contract, I'm guessing, for the 38th overall pick.
If we didn't retain on that contract, that is a great trade.
Lambert at 38. To Toronto. Lambert at 38 to Toronto. It's happening. You hear it here first, folks, on Dopemon. Brad Lambert, 38 to Toronto.
So this is now Chicago.
Chicago.
They're making moves, man.
Yeah, this is a
38
rebuild.
Is Toronto. That's a good spot for them.
Mm-hmm.
I hope they didn't retain.
I hope they take Matt Murray now.
I told you they can't do it because they're dumping Mrazek on
Yeah,
them.
you knew that Matt Murray was not going to be a part of the DeBrincat trade to between Ottawa and Chicago because Toronto had to dump Mrazek.
Now, Anthony, now you're saying Lambert to Chicago?
Lambert, hey, I mean, if you think 25th overall, I could see it. He'd be pretty good, and put him with Patrick Kane and say, whatever.
Yeah, go for it.
Have fun. We're rebuilding.
Create offense.
We're
for us.
tanking. What's the worst that can happen?
Hey, that's awesome.
That's a really good trade. That's
completely fine.
Especially with a guy like Owen Pickering off the board. Who was going to be the right choice for Toronto at 25 at this point?
As long as they didn't retain.
Yeah. We'll see in a few minutes, I guess, when Cat Friendly updates. No, it looks...
No retention.
Yeah.
Sorry, I screamed that into the mic. Awesome.
$3.8 million off. To move down, only 13 spots. That's a big deal. That is a really good trade for Toronto. He's going to get Brad Lambert at 38th overall.
Tidy work, Doobie. That's some tidy work. Oh my lord. It's so on you.
Yeah. Oops, right? Lean in. And Chicago's pick is in. You know, Anthony, now that Chicago has their goaltender, I'm not sure if Bobrovsky has any place to go.
Group of picks that is willing to trade for Bob if Florida retains 50% of the contract.
There's like
maybe Edmonton. Maybe.
Yeah, they're a team that needs a goalie.
The problem
Toronto needs a goalie, but they're not going to trade for him.
Edmonton, maybe. Like, we'll go through it. Chicago, I don't think so. They just got Mrazek. They're probably going to get another guy.
They're going to
Montreal already has prices. No chance.
And Allen.
But, I mean, expensive goalies. Mm-hmm. San Jose, they're kind of in rebuild mode. I don't think you get a guy like Bob unless you... I don't know. Buffalo, maybe. Depends on how good they think they are.
Yeah.
Edmonton, I think, is the best candidate. Winnipeg, no, because of Hellebuck. And Tampa Bay, no, because of Bassey. So I think your only option to get rid of Bob here,
Arizona,
Anthony, maybe Arizona. They're gonna have to.
Yeah, it'll have to be Arizona, and that's tough. I don't know if I guess they're in a cap situation where Florida kind of has to move for Bobrovsky, even at half retained. But that's
I think
just a
you
tough
can
decision.
still wait a year or two on Bob.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie to get rid of him.
Chicago Blackhawks are proud to select from Chaska High School in Minnesota, Sam
Rinzel.
Sam Rinzel.
Okay.
That's another little bit of a reach.
Yeah. Top USHL now, I guess Minnesota State High School hockey program or whatever, but Sam Rinzel. We had him 45-50 area.
Yeah. Where is he? There's another guy that's in the lower levels.
I had him at 50. You had him at 56.
We both had him in the 50s.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely jumps up.
Lots of potential. This draft pick is all about the potential. Chicago, with all these picks, they're able to reach just a little bit and say, Sam Rinzel did not... The game that he has at the high school level, if he can put any of that at the NHL level, this is a really good pick.
Montreal's going to choose Lambert? Listen. How dare you? I mean, it'd be a good fit.
You made him cry.
It'd be a good fit, right?
Yeah, no, that'd be...
They're looking for center depth, winger.
There's no team that can't take Brad Lambert. Brad Lambert will fit on any team. The problem is which team is willing to risk that draft pick to take him. It's not about fit. Brad Lambert will absolutely fit on basically any team as, middle six, kind of second line center kind of thing. But is a team like Toronto with only like one pick in the first two rounds now, and then one on the third, are they in a position to take a risk on Brad Lambert? I think a team like Montreal with multiple picks, they can. They can say, hey, who's going to be the second line center behind Suzuki? Brad Lambert. Maybe. We have enough picks to make that.
Maybe Jaeger Furcus to Montreal here?
Maybe.
Keep calling him Jaeger. Is it Jaeger or
Jagger? I have no idea. I've gone back and forth.
Keep calling him... I think Jaeger just sounds funnier.
Jaeger's like a last name.
Alcohol.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Jägermeister. But it's also like a name. I know even next year there's a Jaeger.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
I think the Lightning would do something like that. They're willing to take a risk on Lambert. Yeah, Lightning could be a prime candidate. They're, in fully competitive mode, so they have no problem, I think, taking a guy like that.
I have the more...
I don't think he's that much of a risk.
No.
Hey, he's so good.
He isn't. And I think that it's more about perceived risk rather than actual risk. Because you're worried that Brad Lambert isn't going to play in the NHL? He's already playing pro hockey and doing all right.
And a standing ovation in the crowd here, I guess, for Montreal. They were announcing the pick He's going to Montreal, I think.
Yeah, they're like
Now on the
Montreal's on the
clock or
clock.
whatever.
Yeah, and the next 3 minutes, every fan in the building is just
Shocked the hockey world earlier, taking Juraj Slafkovsky.
right. Now maybe a center, maybe a center.
Yeah,
you know, maybe Brad Lambert here. Maybe Bradley
Maybe
Lambert.
the Gleb.
The man, the myth, the Gleb.
Is that Le Cavalier?
It is Vinny. He dyes his hair.
I didn't know Le Cavalier was part of the Habs organization.
Remember when he
Did
was
I not
blonde?
know that?
Now he's a brunette.
I thought he was part of like the developmental team of like a QMJHL team. Am I tripping out on people?
Maybe both. Vinny, it's called a touch of gray.
That was St. Louis. That was great.
No, I meant his hair is like, he used to be blonde and now it's like jet black. And I was like, you're only supposed to do a touch of, you know, not supposed to go special advisor.
Oh, in February. So it happened actually fairly recently. Makes sense.
Yeah, he's French Canadian. Goes to the French Canadian hometown favorite team, you know.
Vinny and St. Louis are part of the same organization. Now. It's really fun.
Right, yeah. They played together and now they moved to Montreal together.
They could go with a defenseman as the second pick. Yeah, there's a few defensemen. We're starting to get into the point now where there's a lot of decent defensemen at this point in the draft. Definitely a possibility. What are your thoughts on Owen Beck?
Ryan likes him.
You have more negative thoughts than I do.
I've got to see him live, and his play away from the puck is pretty good. In his own defensive zone, grinding, you know, good in the corners, willing to get into the dirty areas. He's pretty physical for a little bit of he plays a little bit smaller, but he's really good physically. I only see a third-line center at most. He did not show any top 6 offensive upside when I watched him play. You know, I watched him play with guys like he was facing Hunter Height. He was on the same team as Luca Del Belbaluz. Those guys have this elite offensive touch to them that Owen Beck just doesn't have, so I can't see him in like the first half of the second round. It's second half of the second round into the third for me. I think I have him at 64th to Seattle or 63rd to Seattle.
I have him as the last pick in the first round. I like Owen Beck. I think this is more of like a difference in draft philosophy.
Yeah, exactly. 100%.
At this point in the draft, I can take a guy like this. A guy he reminds me of is actually Anthony Cirelli. Very, you'd never look at Anthony Cirelli and say, oh, that guy's a top 6 forward. But he's really good. He can play second line center if he needs to, but he's a really good kind of defensive guy. He's well-rounded. Like, there's not a lot of like holes in Beck's
his
game.
Floor is his ceiling as like a third line. He will never not be an NHL player. He's got good energy, good, mentality and the whole thing. But it's just the skill. Top 6 doesn't have it for me. So
thoughts on Alexander Perevalov? That's a you question, Mr. Russian.
Alexander Perevalov is my favorite Russian forward in the draft. He's got the speed, he's got the physicality. He doesn't have the greatest puck skills in small areas, but he makes up for that with incredible positioning and determination to get that puck in the net, get it into shooting lanes, and get himself into shooting lanes. Montreal's about to pick.
Les Canadiens de Montréal sont fiers de sélectionner de la Ligue élite de Slovaquie, Philippe Méchard.
Philippe Méchard?
The Slovakia. I'm like,
yeah. That's
Slovakian. I think I don't understand French, but that's Slovak for sure.
Philippe Méchard, I'm not surprised he fell to 26. I knew he was going to go in the first round. Could have seen him going a little bit higher, but the way that the draft kind of went, I saw him falling a little.
Yeah, we both had him in the team. Or I had him in the teens. John had him at 20. So not too far. We had him in. Oops, that's green, right?
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not. Rip. Yeah, so not too far off our mock draft. 26. You had him at 20. That's not too bad. Isaac Howard and Tristan Leno will not be picked.
No. That was, for me, Leno wasn't about ranking. That was just about attaching him to Pittsburgh, maybe in the second round or third. Or yes, Pittsburgh does not have many picks.
We are coming down to the final few picks here in this draft. San Jose with the next pick, I think.
Yes, the San Jose Sharks, right? According to that trade that they made. good trade for San Jose. They got rid of their 11th for the 27th, the 34th, and the 45th.
There you go. The stat, Slovakian players picked in the first round in the last 10 years was 1. This year, 3. Who was the 1? Because it wasn't Gaborik, because he was 2000.
And that's at all. Not in the first round, or was that at all? No, it was the first round. Has to be.
Yeah, first round.
On EP would have given you the draft. Elite. On their homepage, drafts. Yeah, full screen. You gotta see that. Scroll down to Slovakia.
Marco Dano.
Oh, Marco Dano, the winger, of course.
Marco Dano. That was the last first round pick from Slovakia. 2013 to Columbus. 45 points, 141 games in the NHL. Not bad. Little career. Want a little bit more at that level, or that pick number.
Speaking of Slovakians for next year, if you're interested, stick around on the channel. We have a mock draft, top 50 for 2023, and I promise there's some Slovakians in there. Dalibor Dvorsky, Samuel Honzek. Don't remember the rest of them. Honzek's a guy I could see him falling. He played on. He's a guy who got drafted in the CHL import draft. He has an option to either play in the Pro League in Slovakia or come over and play for the Vancouver Giants in the WHL. So he's got an interesting decision. Does he? He can come play in North America. It might be good for him, get into that North American hockey, maybe up his draft stock a little bit. But in Slovakia, he's playing against men in the Pro League. So it's a, no wrong option for Honzek, Samuel Honzek, out of Slovakia.
And Anthony has a question here. If a team retains a portion of a player's contract, do they usually have to send a draft pick? Because I've seen trades in the NHL pick. Yeah, absolutely. It depends on the trade. Sometimes you'll see retention on trades from a third team. Like they'll technically trade a guy to Arizona, and then Arizona will retain part of his contract and then get a pick for it. So you do have to,
there's sweeteners.
If sweeteners were like, hey, you're going to retain some money on this, we'll send you a pick for it. Why does it seem like you see more Slovakian players in the NHL than players from Czech Republic? The big emphasis on developing hockey players in Czech Republic.
Nothing in particular. A guy like David Juracek.
Yeah.
He's right. Yuri Kulik. I'm just not high on Yuri Kulik. I watched him play. He just seemed like the same complaints I have about Owen Beck. I don't see top 6 potential in him, and that's it. And it just is what it is. Conversely, I'm not too high on Juraj Slafkovsky, but I am on Simon Nemec out of Slovakia. So it's not about the country that they come from.
No, I don't think there's any. Between those two countries, I think it's just Slovakia's year, man. I think it's just Slovakia had a lot of kids all at the same time come up, and next year there's, kind of like Germany a few years ago when Leon Draisaitl, and then there was Tim Stützle and Peterka. And it's just their year. Yeah. Reichel, Germany a couple years ago had their crazy first round where they had 3 players and whatever. This is just Slovakia's year. And
now Germany only has 1 pick. Julian Lutz is the only guy who might even go in the first 2 rounds. So, no Germans. So it happens.
Yep. I do think that the Czech Republic as a whole has kind of gone down as a hockey power within the last 2 decades. Because didn't they won gold in the 98 Nagano Olympics?
I have a feeling other countries are catching up.
That's fair.
In a way that it's kind of stabilizing them as other countries are developing, infrastructure in hockey, and now they're passing Czechia. That just hasn't. They've kind of relied on That's kind of relied on just being good for a while.
San Jose is choosing Vladimir Grudinin. You mean?
Yeah, I guess the only Vladimir. Mike Greer stepping up to the plate. It would be a really good safe pick, I think, for San Jose.
I like Gritty. They need future defensemen. Their old-ass defense core is going to be gone in a few years.
Thank you, Montreal. You guys have been wonderful hosts this week. I'd like to congratulate Joe Sakic and the Colorado Avalanche. Before we make our selection, on behalf of the Marchment family and the San Jose Sharks organization, I want to express our sincere thanks for the outpouring of love and support that we have received over the last 24 hours in response to the sudden loss of our beloved friend and colleague, Brian Marchment. As most of you know, Brian loved the game of hockey. He absolutely loved it. He breathed it. He oozed it. No one was happier to be at the rink than Mush. His opponents may not have enjoyed playing against him, but as someone who was his teammate, I can tell you that there was no one I would rather go into battle with, or who you would want on the bench than Brian. Brian's reputation on the ice was that of a fierce, relentless competitor. But off the ice, he was honest, down to earth, loving, and he truly cared about people. You could tell this by the way he engaged with everyone, the questions he asked, and the time he spent with you as a person. The imprint that he has left on his teammates during his 17-year NHL career, the Sharks prospects who he has mentored and helped develop, and on his colleagues, both inside and outside of the Sharks organization, will be felt well into the future. Tonight, we again send our most heartfelt condolences to all of Brian's family and friends, but particularly his parents, John and Joanne, his siblings, Wayne, Carrie, and Tara, and especially his wife, Kim, his children, Mason and Logan. We love you, Brian. You will be missed, but you will never be forgotten.
Mean defenseman, Brian
Yeah.
Marchment. Mean defenseman. Good player.
Good guy. You know, he kept that on the ice.
To make our first round selection is our Director of Scouting, Doug Wilson Jr.
No, you're thinking of Marchessault, Anthony, but he is related to Mason Marchment.
The San Jose Sharks are proud to select from Linköping center Philip Bistad.
Hey.
Yeah. It's a good one. Where do we have him at? Mid-40s? We both have him mid-40s?
Yeah.
I have him going to Chicago.
Philip Bistad.
And he's a guy, Philip Bystad's huge. I feel like he's a guy that we knew could absolutely slip up into the first round simply due to his size. And we had him falling just because we didn't know. You know, we're like, I don't know, he's big, there's potential there, but sometimes these guys just kind of fall. We're going to see that with Russian forward Kirill Dolzenkov, 6'4", mobile, but sometimes who knows if the potential just isn't there. And I do see it for Philip Bystad. I'm pretty high on him personally. My midterm rankings, I had him just inside the first round. I'd probably put him around this point in my rankings.
Yeah, I mean, he was always a fringe first rounder for me. But you're right, he's massive.
Yeah.
He's got not a bad pick, I think, just for the size and strength that this kid could have as a first round pick. But he could also be a guy that just never plays the NHL.
Yeah, right.
He just doesn't figure it out. So it's a little bit of a risk here, I think, if you're San Jose. But
he's a guy who was beginning of the season considered top 10 potential, pick,
a little bit of it, yeah.
Right? Because he's big Swedish center who can play hockey, and then his game just, the holes in his game gets exposed a higher level of competition, and you realize, okay, his ceiling's a little bit lower. He's not going to be a number one center at the NHL level, so.
One second.
Announcers talking about how it's a little bit more of a project, and we kind of agree. When San Jose they traded for this pick, originally they had 11th overall. They traded that 11th overall pick for 27, 34, and 45 in this draft. Greer as GM, first week on the job, he's able to pick players he wants. He's got all these extra picks in the late first and second round now. He can take a little bit of a supposed reach on a guy like Bystad who might fall in other people's draft rankings simply because now they have the picks to kind of build their future roster in San Jose.
How about Cale Odelius? With Anthony's question?
Oh, no, I was talking about Philip Bystad still. Sorry. Thoughts on Cale? What is his honest ceiling and floor? Clearly I have him going to Buffalo. Second pair, kind of shut down, kind of D. I like him. I think he's pretty good.
I think he can be one of the best defensive defensemen out of this draft.
Yeah, him, Liam Bichelle are probably the two best defensive defensemen.
I don't know about ceiling or floor. It's tough to really pinpoint for like defensive defensemen what they're. He has I'd say a higher floor, lower ceiling. If I was to
on
Cale Odelius
compared,
like compared
he's
to
solid.
like his peers of the same age with defense. I don't know.
You know you're gonna get NHL level defense. You know. Yeah. He's going to be a reliable bottom pair at worst.
At the very worst,
you know? But, you know...
What did I say? I think I said, like...
But yeah, NHL teams that demand such high levels of offense, even if you are, a defensive kind of guy, there is going to be a need for offense as well. So I don't think, obviously he won't be like a top pair guy, but...
Yeah, in my mock draft, what I said was, at best... he could be the next Jacob Slavin, and at worst, he's just a bottom pairing guy that doesn't hurt you.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He's, I think, a pretty good pick. Reminds me a little bit of Max Gideon, the Panthers prospect. I don't know a whole lot about Max Gideon. To make that comparison.
Solid defensive D.
Yeah, defensive defenseman though. He's he could be a good pick for a team. I think. I have him. We both have him around the same spot. You have him at 28. I have him at 34.
Yeah.
So.
The fringe first rounder.
Fringe first rounder.
Along with Liam Bichelle and stuff like that.
I'd be surprised if Buffalo took him here, honestly.
Yeah, that's why. I think they'd we both came to the same, he's a modern defensive defenseman. He can defend. I think how defensive defensemen play is how the type of role that they'll fit on a team. Some teams can have a defensive shutdown D on their second pair. Some systems just don't operate that way, and they need two puck-moving kind of D. I think a guy like Ben Sherratt in Florida was a good example of a team that could use a shutdown D on their second pair. A guy like Cale Odelius, I think, would be pretty good in Florida, kind of taking the role that Ben Sherratt had in the playoffs. Anthony, if you watch, I'm sure you watched the Florida Panthers in the playoffs. I'm a little surprised Jagger Firkus is fallen.
So am I.
Mm-hmm.
So am I. I'm surprised. I mean, I'm most surprised about it. Actually, maybe I'm not surprised, but disappointed that Brad Lambert's fallen.
Yeah.
Maybe not surprised isn't the right word.
38th to Toronto.
38th, they're banking on it.
Yep. That was it for me. That they know. Yeah. They don't take him. Chicago takes him at 39.
Scream. Buffalo chooses Paravalov.
That'd be a good pick too.
I have Edmonton taking Paravalov the next pick. So. I think he's around here.
Oh, they're making the selection.
Sabres are proud to select from the Czech League, Juraj Slafkovsky.
Very Kulik, eh?
And as you suggested,
it's a good
another
pick. When Anthony, when you said Paravalov, I was gonna think, they I feel like maybe a center instead, and I like Juraj Kulik. I had him going to. We both had him going to Tampa.
Yeah, we both had him going around here.
Yeah,
so.
A safe third line guy in my opinion. That's I don't like Kulik too much. I don't see kind of like the same complaints I have with Owen Beck. And for that reason, you have Owen Beck at the very end of your first. I have Juraj Kulik at the end of my first. It's just like a solid third line kind of guy. That's what I see. I think if you see a little bit higher in him, right?
Yeah. I think Kulik has a little more upside than Beck does.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why I had Kulik Beck.
And I think Kulik has an offensive upside, but might be better on the wing. I've seen him play on the right wing and just kind of strong shot one time. And I think maybe at the NHL level, as a third line winger, Kulik's gonna end up. So
Could be.
yeah,
And he's got a little bit of skill to go with it. I mean, I do see the bottom six potential, but I think he's got a little bit of he's a lot more offensive upside than a guy like Taylor Beck does.
yeah, for sure, 100%. There's an offense there in Kulik that I don't think Beck has. That's
Problem
why
with Lambert, apparently, that is his father. He's too much involved with his coaches.
it doesn't matter at the NHL level. That's completely
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the minor league level, I think that can be a problem. The politics with hockey parents is, Alex and I both played hockey growing up. We both get it.
Oh my God,
But,
parents screaming over my son isn't getting ice time. It's like your son was just got off. Hello.
Yeah. There's other kids that want to play. Yeah, so if he goes to the NHL, I don't think that'd be a problem because it's the biggest league in the world.
Yeah, that your parents complaining has nothing to do
Maybe
with
for
the NHL.
you might hear it for his contract.
Yeah,
When that comes up and they get a little bit too involved with the agent and all that. Hear about their parents a little bit more. The Kachucks, specifically Mitch Marner. We all know.
Right, his dad's his agent.
Paul Marner, no, he's just involved with them.
Oh, okay.
Michael Nylander and William Nylander. I don't want to make everything about the Leafs, but that's just what I know.
Yeah, the hockey parents, I think, tend to be a lot more hands-on, too.
Yeah.
But, no, for at the coaching level at the NHL, this will never a trade.
Oh.
I called it.
Hey.
Oh. It's a big deal. Wow.
That's a
big lot
haul.
to give up.
Whoa. That was...
Well, did we have we forgot to do the audio. That's okay.
Oh, sorry. That's the 29th pick to Arizona for the 29th and Zach Kassian.
Yes.
And two other picks.
And a second and a third.
Next year. Next year or 2 years from now. One was 2024 and one was 23.
Yeah.
To Arizona for just the 32nd. Right?
Yeah, just the 32nd. Edmonton goes down 4. They
to get rid of
Zach Kassian and a second and third in future drafts.
Okay.
All right. Grudinin at 32. It's happening. It's happening.
20. Nope. Oh, that was San
Right,
Jose.
that was San Jose.
Actually.
Yeah, it kind of changed a little bit.
So much movement. Arizona. Edmonton.
Don't have to delete the 33 line here, too. Now it matters. We're getting this low.
Yeah, now it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Grudinin, Paravalov is what we have. Wow.
Arizona's a team I think could definitely take a little bit of a reach on a Russian player, but I don't know.
All NHL teams are passing on him. Apparently, it matters. I don't know if that's the reason why they're passing on him. He's he's really inconsistent in the Finnish Elite League, and I just don't think that NHL GMs like what they saw. I like the skills, but you didn't have the stats or the anything to back it up. So I think
didn't put it together.
He didn't put it together this year, but I think he has all the skill to put it together. That's why he's higher on my list. And yeah, Galch had the same problem. That's Montreal, man, has a really poor record of developing prospects. There's very few of them. Very few picks in the last decade that have gone on to play significant time with Montreal. So Arizona's going David Goyette.
Ooh, okay. I like Goyette. I know you're not as huge on him. I think he's pretty good.
I wouldn't be surprised if they got... I mean, they have so many picks.
Like, Goyette's a guy that... He's another guy on a shitty team with no help. He's basically alone out there. And I think that if you got to see like an elite talent on his wing... I think if you got to see like an elite talent on his wing and kind of make him look better, that it'd be easier to see him in the 25 to 32 Sudbury. Yeah, Sudbury Wolves.
I knew he was the
Yeah,
somewhere.
and he's basically like their #1 center, and it's rough. It is very hard, you know, as a 17-year-old to basically like lead the OHL team by yourself. So. Arizona's pick is in.
Coming up to the last few picks here, we will be streaming tomorrow. If you guys want to come back and hang out with us, it'll be a little bit more casual. You know, picks are kind of be a lot more rapid fire. I'm gonna be trying to update this list as best as possible.
Yeah, sometimes they come like 5 at a time.
Yeah, we only mock the first 2 rounds, so after that it doesn't really matter what happens. But yeah, we'll be here chilling. If you guys want to come back and hang with us, we'll be around. Appreciate you the guys that are here, Anthony, just Janess, all you guys. Really appreciate it.
Do something like Arizona Coyotes.
Maverick Lamoureux.
Maverick Lamoureux. Arizona at 29. I guess they had a guy they wanted. Maverick Lamoureux. I did not.
I was not expecting him this time.
He's not even in your second round.
Is that how you spell it?
Yes.
I'm not gonna screw this up. Lamoureux.
I don't know about the last name. I had him at 62.
Nope.
With a U.
French, Ryan.
You are. EA.
Lamoureux. Yeah. Good pick.
Mm-hmm.
You know him a little bit more about this kid than I do.
Yeah, he's just big. He knows how to use his reach, and for that same reason, San Jose took Philip Bystad at 27. 2 teams with a lot of picks and can take a little bit of a risk on a guy that's a project that they know they have to develop. For Lamoureux, same with Bystad, you're drafting for potential. Right now, Maverick Lamoureux didn't take that kind of next step expected of him at the Q, but it's all the potential's there. He's huge. He's 6'7", and he knows how to use his physicality. So all the raw talent is there for Arizona to get just a mean physical strong D on the back end. Great pick by them, I think.
Yeah. It's gonna be crazy if Jaeger and Paravolov fall to Florida in the 3rd round. Yeah, if either one of those guys end up in the 3rd round, it's gonna be nuts.
Thank you very much, Che Guevara.
Appreciate it. Yeah, and Janess stands, the right-hand defenseman. Always a huge commodity in the NHL. That's a pretty epic. He has better. He got the mustache.
Yeah, you can't really see that the mustache does the full curl right now.
Yeah, he can curl it pretty nicely. Yeah. I don't like the mustache. It's too annoying.
Yeah, and mine grows.
Maintenance.
Yours grows thing. Mine grows I can do the out, so it doesn't bug me as much.
I can't do that.
Yeah,
it's just a mess.
Mm-hmm.
I get rid of it.
It's not the longest it's been either. It's gotten pretty long.
Yeah, no, you've had a pretty crazy beard. Winnipeg's on the clock, Max, right?
Yep. Thought about if it wasn't gonna be hockey, I was gonna do a beard channel, the Weirdo Beardos.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember thinking about dumb YouTube ideas way back in the day.
Way back in the day when we were.
I'm so old.
And
we were children.
Well, Chili's, you can catch us on the channel, some of our older videos from 6.5, 7 years ago, playing hilarious. Pokemon together.
Good times.
Yeah. Officially on the clock for Winnipeg. 2:55 left on their choice. What do you think with who's left now?
I'll take Jaeger Fergus.
I
think Jaeger Fergus is their guy.
Like that.
Or
I'm gonna just take a look at who was picked.
Yeah. Who'd they have?
Who did they take at?
They took McGroarty. They could take a defenseman here. I wouldn't be surprised if a guy like Chesley or Casey come off the board.
Yeah. Oops.
That's Depends what they want to do. I mean, Fergus, I think, is a higher upside. Maybe they take a guy like Grudinin,
I'm thinking
defenseman.
Odelius or Grudinin.
Or
Seamus
would be a
Casey.
good one, actually.
Yeah. Like, any one of my 3D I have 28 to 30 here, I think are good options. For,
I don't know. I think they need defensemen in the worst way. So, not take where they were at 14 was kind of tough to take a defenseman unless one fell to them, right? And they didn't.
It got right before them. All the good ones got taken. Yeah,
I thought Korchinski would be available to them. Didn't end up being the case. So yeah, I'll say it. I'll retract Fergus and I'll take. We'll go Seamus Casey.
Seamus Casey.
We'll go Seamus Casey.
I'm gonna go Grudinin.
Right hand shot, as Janess was talking about, is super important. Pick is in for Winnipeg.
Looks like Winnipeg might be. Yeah. They're so happy for it.
Oh, yeah. This is as much a big deal to the kids as it is the parents.
Oh my God! Right, all the driving,
all the work that they put in, and to get their kids through, a crazy system, especially in Canada. The hockey system that's here
is so bizarre and distant.
It's so competitive. It's so expensive. It's rigorous. So the parents today are celebrating just as hard as all the kids.
Yeah, this is just as much about the parents as the kids.
Yeah,
You're completely right. Since their pick is in, they're making their way up to the...
It's good to see, Sportsnet and other broadcasts focus on the parents and also out too.
Yeah, they're the ones that gave up everything for their children to have a chance. And, most hockey players do not.
Yeah, some parents fly across the country and shit to be in a different system.
I know Hockey Canada estimates over 600,000 hockey players in Canada.
Yeah.
Which there are not many slots in the NHL available. So 600,000. 500,000 are
everyone
children.
Plays
over
hockey.
500,000 kids playing hockey
in Canada. Everyone plays hockey.
The Winnipeg Jets are proud to select from the Lahti Pelicans in Finland,
Brad Lambert.
Damn it.
Bradley Lambert. You know what? This is a good pick. I really like this. They need center depth. A guy who might be able to replace Mark Scheifele one day. He's not dropping to Toronto.
No. My boy.
Brad Lambert did not get... In the first half of the season, you can put that on him. Second half of the season, the Pelicans sucked. They were the worst offensive team in the Liga. They were terrible. Their style of play did not generate a lot of offense. And Brad Lambert was the center of everything they generated in the second half. Even if the statistics don't show, the game on Brad Lambert definitely stepped up. At 30 overall, this is one of the biggest steals in the draft.
Damn it.
I know.
8 picks. 8 picks away, damn it.
Would have had to wait until tomorrow, but it would have been nice. Was it worth getting rid of Mrazek? Yeah.
Worth getting rid of Mrazek, but
deal.
The Leafs could have had Brad Lambert.
Think about what Toronto traded to get rid of $3.5 million compared to what Edmonton traded to get rid of $3.5 million.
Goalies have more value than what Cassian is now.
Yep.
Mrazek could be good. I mean, he only played a handful of games.
Right.
He could be a really good. He could end up with a 920 next year and be like, "Oh, Dubas shouldn't have traded Mrazek." Right?
He was an all right starting goaltender. Personally for me, I would have him as a fringe backup kind of guy, but absolutely, he's proven in the past to be a starter. So
I think he'd be a good goalie for Chicago.
And I know that they're going to go through a rough year. So maybe next year he has a good one.
His numbers aren't going to be good.
No.
If he plays in Chicago, his numbers aren't going to be good. But Bradley Lambert.
That was a serious
The
pick.
newest Winnipeg Jet.
Yeah, they've picked last year, I remember them taking Nikita Chibrikov at 48th. Winnipeg's done some good drafting. I'll be right back for the final two.
Yep. Scouch is happy now? Yeah. You got him into the first round. The combined power of Scouching and Dopemon gets Brad Lambert into the first round. Could have been nice, Toronto, but that's all right. I'll let it slide. Who do you think Tampa Bay is picking here, boys? Tampa Bay is, and the fact that they have their first round pick is super interesting to me. We both had Yuri Kulik going to Tampa. I wouldn't be surprised if a guy like Owen Beck goes. Paravolov might be fun in Tampa. Furkett, like there's got some good options. I think they'll go with a forward personally. I don't know. Personally, I think they'll go with a forward here, but I wouldn't be surprised if they traded it down. I wouldn't be surprised if they're involved in the trade somehow. Tampa Bay's got a lot of options. Tampa Bay, then Edmonton. And then we're done for the first round today. Then we will be streaming all day tomorrow, round 2 through wherever we get tired. So join us then if you guys like the draft content. Appreciate you guys being here. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We'd really appreciate it. Leave a like on this video if you're watching during or after the fact. Really appreciate you guys' support on this. We're on the road to 1,000 subscribers. We're getting there. I mean, Ottawa and Toronto have no first-round picks.
Yep. Should have worn my Wolf Storm jersey.
Dang it.
Noah Warren. Ooh. I see him as a second round. He's a little bit...
Tampa does stuff every once in a while that surprises people. They're a good drafting team.
Yeah, they've been able to turn like Chernak, Ruta into guys. Yeah. Maybe. I'm
wrong.
Yeah. Right, yeah, they've been able to get some good. I think Noah Warren has the potential for sure, but I'm with you. I think they take a forward.
Yeah, I think they take a forward here. Hey, Jager.
Though, hey, with Ryan McDonough out, and they're looking at their future depth, and maybe they do take a left shot. You just kind of. Maybe this is Vladimir Grudinin to replace Ryan McDonough.
If I was a Tampa Bay fan, I'd have complete trust in the scouting department here. And
right. Oh my God,
Brisebois. They have a very, very good track record with picks. So we'll see what they do here.
Bonjour Montreal. Merci beaucoup pour la hospitalité. With the 31st pick, Tampa Bay Lightning pleased to select Isaac Howard from the U.S. Development Program.
Isaac Howard.
Isaac Howard. I'm at 32. What off? Fucked up.
The 2 A's or 2 S's?
2 A's. 2 A's. You got it right.
That's a freaking Star Wars theme.
It is the Star Wars theme playing in the background. Probably the biggest, other than me and Lino, it's like a big fall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I took them more for...
Right, the same Nashville.
Kind of just off a vibe.
Yeah. Otherwise, they've done pretty good for the first round.
Gleb, Furcus, Leno.
Gleb was never going to go. That was a bad pick. I'm sorry.
Shush. Gleb still has a chance.
Neither Paravolov and Grudinin weren't going to go either. I know, me too. Get talking. Yeah, I don't like
pick.
I don't like Noah Warren to Tampa. That would have that wouldn't have been for me.
Yeah, I mean,
I
Isaac
like
Howard looking good actually.
Ooh, he does look good.
The like white suit thing that he's got going on is very Miami Vice.
Yeah, very right. He's gonna look great in Toronto.
He's gonna look great in Florida.
Yeah.
got the turtleneck and the nice necklace, whatever he's got going on.
Was that a chain?
I don't know if it was I think it had something on it. I don't know what's on it.
Yeah, I just see like there's like a gold chain around the neck. It's got something like.
It's looking kind of spiffy.
Yeah,
I like the look.
And I like the non-traditional. Yeah, there's a little tiny pendant on the gold
some
chain.
sort of pendant. The white jacket, kind of snazzy.
Yeah. Do you think that they had a jersey for him, right?
Who?
Howard. Like they have jerseys for like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they have.
What do you think they do with the ones that don't have the right names on it?
Sell
You
them.
know, like
Take
like
off.
what do you
take off this stuff?
Right?
I'm sure it's not like actual stitched. I'm
Oh,
sure it's
right.
like,
It's like they sticker
it's
it
probably
on.
like an iron-on or something.
Yeah, right. They got the 22 and they just kind of like sticker the name on. And like, okay, we'll get you.
It's probably ironed on.
Yeah.
It's like minor league hockey jerseys.
Yeah.
They ever
I have
name
one
on
of
the
those.
back
I do.
of your jersey?
Yeah, I have it ironed on. I have one. It's not stitched. It's cute.
Yeah.
It looks really good though.
Yeah, I think it looks good, and I like that pick for Tampa Bay. My thing isn't.
Yeah, you know, if any team is going to turn Isaac Howard into an NHL player that's
Tampa?
good at both ends, it's Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay can turn guys you think of as bottom six or middle six wingers into just the absolute getting the best out of them. So, and that's why we both saw them taking a forward. Just they have a little bit better development in forwards. If they want, they can trade a forward for a D. Then instead of.
Edmonton just traded down, so we'll see what they do. I had them taking Paravelov, and he's still available.
Yeah, I had them trading down to select both Grudinin and Paravolov, which I don't think is going to happen now, but I'd love to see them get either.
Yeah, I think either
Kind of
one
a
of them would be
half-win.
really good in Edmonton. I don't know why. But they both feel like really good Edmonton players.
That's why I thought, get both. Fuck it.
Yep.
Ooh, pick 32 is in. We are sitting. They're doing an interview with Isaac Howard right now, but the very final pick in the 2022 NHL Draft's round 1 is set by the Edmonton Oilers.
No more trades. Pick trades for today. Got a lot of action.
A lot of action. Oh my god.
Tons of movement. A lot more than last. I feel like last year was really quiet.
It was
trade
quiet.
wise.
Yep.
This year is a lot of movement. Toronto, Chicago, count
Arizona.
Ottawa, as just before the draft. Arizona, lots of picks moving around. San Jose.
And I think more so in this year than any other before, teams with just a ridiculous amount of picks. I don't know any year where we have teams with 10, 9, 8, 7, like multiple teams with just a sheer abundance of picks and the ability to make trades like this.
Yeah.
In past years, we have all these this guy could get traded, but there's, there's like real opportunity with all these picks that we haven't seen before. So
Excited for day 2.
Yeah.
Second and
Wow.
third round are going to be really good. There's a lot of good players still available.
Holy
It's a
crap.
pretty deep draft. So Edmonton's walking to the stage now.
Like either
Make the final pick.
Farkas or Adelius is going to the second round.
Yeah.
Gleb. Don't pick
Gleb, baby.
at 32.
Do it.
Don't pick Gleb at 32.
Please do it. They're going to take a Russian.
He would be really good with McDavid.
Oh,
God.
forever.
You know what? Anybody would be good with McDavid.
Yeah. Me and you would be good with McDavid.
In our goalie gear.
We'd be 20 goal scorers with Conor McDavid. I'd be like a 25 goal scorer. You'd be a 15 goal scorer with some defense.
Yeah, right. It would be.
I would just stand in front of the net.
You'd get
Bang,
25
pucks
goals, 24 assists, and hate
in.
yourself.
I hate myself for it. 24 assists by just passing the puck up to McDavid. And he goes in
right.
for a rush. They're mentioning that the Oilers only have this pick. They don't have another pick until the 5th or 6th round. So, very valuable pick.
To the Edmonton Oilers, we'd first of all like to send our condolences out to Kim and the Marchment family. And with the 32nd pick, the Edmonton Oilers are extremely
proud to select from the Seattle Thunderbirds, Reed Schaefer.
Reed Schaefer.
And there it is, a 6th pick for the
Interesting.
WHL.
A little bit of a reach.
Yeah, that's a huge reach for a team with 1 pick, and they just traded future picks to get rid of Zach Kassian. This is a...
That's not how you
A.
Schaefer.
Maybe
I'll
2
check.
Fs.
I'll check. To the point where I don't know how to spell his name.
You got it
That's
right.
how much
You got it
of a...
right. And this is the first. No, this is the first guy off of both of our lists.
He's on neither of our first 2 rounds.
Yeah, because
right?
Maverick Lamoureux I had, you didn't, and that's it. Now Reed Schaefer, neither of us had him in our first 2 rounds. This is a reach.
Yeah, big reach. They must really
right,
like
yeah,
this guy.
like Edmonton definitely had the choice to trade down and still select Schaefer. So far, both of us, our top 20, have been selected in the first round. I think that is really good. We did incredible.
Yep. Was it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So 25 of 30 picks in the first round, 5 extras.
27 out of 32.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I'm still.
It's
6 years ago.
4-hour draft. It's been a long one. We both
There are 32 picks now.
27 of our picks out of 32 were selected in the first round. That is a really good success rate.
That's pretty good.
You know, I think I got 5. You got 4, right?
Yeah.
Which is, who cares when you get that many like in the first round correct? The order, sometimes whatever, but I'm pretty high on us.
Yeah, not bad. Not a bad first round. Reed Schaefer, definitely a huge reach for me.
Yeah,
just as a quick recap, we'll go back to the top. Out of the gate, Juraj Slafkovsky. Holy hell. Right? Big splash. Shocked everybody. Bigger shock, I think, that Simon Nemec was picked over Shane Wright.
Not to me.
Not to you. Over Shane Wright, though.
Yeah, oh my god, no, it was still, I had Wright, Nemec. I don't know. That was...
Yeah, just crazy stuff there. Cooley and then Wright. That order, I don't think many people would have predicted that order. So that was nuts. Cutter Gauthier at 5 was a big pick at 5. Alex a little bit questioned about that. David Jiricek to Columbus. I think that works really well. Kevin Torchinski after Chicago traded that pick to Edmonton. Casper, Savoie. A lot of great picks in here. I'm not going to go through everybody.
Yes, we will be also streaming round 2 through maybe 7. We'll get as far as we possibly can. It is a long day. They do extend it. But we will be doing a live stream tomorrow, starting approximately 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
We will be back doing more just for fun. Tomorrow's a little more casual because they kind of rapid fire a lot of picks off. It's less like, the guys don't go to the stages on pictures and all that. So we might end up talking about 3 or 4 picks at a time and then getting behind. So it's a little bit more casual. But yeah, great day, I think. A lot of good players went. I don't know if there's any win. I don't know if I want to count a winner or a loser yet.
It's
too early.
hard when you haven't seen them play.
Yeah.
But simply, I wanted to, guys like Ottawa who didn't make I think the teams that made trades, you look at San Jose splitting, getting 3 picks out of 1. I have to call them a winner on day 1 just from simply good, asset management.
Montreal with Slafkovsky and Mazar is kind of fun. 24, Danila Yurov. That's a great pick, I think.
Yeah.
Brad Lambert. Obviously, I'm a huge Brad Lambert fan. At 30 is an incredible steal. Gaucher to Anaheim. I was talking about Montreal's 3 picks being Wright, Suzuki, Gaucher. Zegras, McTavish, Gaucher is just as nice.
It's very scary.
Very scary list.
Yeah. For those of you interested, at 20th overall, the Washington Capitals selected Ivan Miroshnichenko. Go check it out on our channel, or maybe it's in the suggested videos on the side, something. We have a scouting report on the channel of him for him, as well as Danila Yurov, selected 24th by the Minnesota Wild. There are 3 more Russians I've done scouting reports on for probably the second round, maybe into the third, fourth, depending on where Gleb and Perevalov go, but they are up there, so go check out my scouting reports on the top Russian prospects for this draft, the ones that have been selected and the ones that are yet to be.
Grudinin you did as well, right? I don't think I mentioned him. No. Oh, well, yeah. Go check out all our stuff on the channel if you guys are interested. We really appreciate you guys hanging out. Like we said, we will be back tomorrow. We will have videos out all weekend for recaps and the top teams, the biggest fan bases, what at the end of the draft, at the end of round 7, what happened, a little bit of just draft recap stuff and theories about what's going to happen for prospects going forward. But yeah.
As well, on Sunday, the 2023 NHL mock draft, because as of right now, we are less than 1 year away from the 2023 mock draft, 2023 NHL Entry Draft. So you need to be prepared. You need to hear all the top names and know about them. Go check that out. Coming out on Sunday.
Yeah. The way too early Alex rankings for 2023
preseason
are coming out on Sunday. So if you're interested in next year as well, take a way too early look at that. Go from there. Great draft. Good draft.
Mm-hmm.
Are you done? I think I'm
done. It's 4 hours, 12 minutes, 6 seconds into our stream. And we have nothing but good hopes and thanks for everybody who joined us. Specifically, guys who commented mostly: Jonas Daniel, Anthony Manzano, Shea Guevara, a little bit further up earlier.
Jake Brown earlier. We had Taylor Blunt in here. Some friendly names to the channel that we saw. Hero Stan we've seen before. If I missed you, Ashley, another person, Solo.
Majlu. Yeah, it's good to hear a bunch of familiar names.
Friends of the channel. Mm-hmm. We really appreciate you guys.
Because, hitting back out. We're on the road to 1,000 subscribers, but, we say that, but I hope it doesn't, our appreciation for the subscribers that we do have, I hope is still quite out there. Because that's why we do all this. We're so happy to bring, dope hockey content to all you guys, scouting reports, mock drafts, trade analysis and speculation, all the things that we have on the channel. We love doing it, and we love you guys.
Well said. Stream's ending. Peace.
See you in 12 hours. Whew.